Dear guests, it gives us great pleasure to see so many of you here, and we would also like to welcome our online guests at the 7th Judit Polgar Global Chess Festival. My name is Szalai Judit, and it's a great honor to be here with you. The Hungarian National Gallery is hosting our event today, and it holds, we will have a very exciting agenda and program today. We will have speakers here locally, and there will be several programs for the local visitors and also for online guests. And those of you who are here with us, we will enjoy the program on stage, which will begin with the introduction of the Polgar Judit program, and then we will have a roundtable discussion with Hungarian athletes, and then we will have English language presentations about creativity and innovation, and then we will hand out the Chess Ambassador Awards, and the Chess in Education Conference will conclude the day. And together with so you will be able to meet Polgar Judit beside the Morgan Stanley Cafe twice today. I'm sure many of you are here to listen to her, and there will be some wonderful musical performances. So this is going to be a very colorful day. And those of you who are interested in the art, at noon, at 2 and at 3 o'clock, there will be guided tours for 30 minutes each. And then from 10 to 5, there is going to be an interactive chess channel on channel 2 for those of you who are with us online. So let's begin, because we have a very busy schedule. Our first block will be the presentation of the Polgar Judit method, which is aimed at the principle that creativity and logical thinking can be developed through games, through play, from a very early childhood. And a creative mind and logically thinking individual has better chances in the IT jungle of the 21st century. And this is the key message of the Polgar Judit method. The chess is only a means, but not an aim. And this method is currently used in the development of around 50,000 kids in Hungary alone. Before we present the method, let's listen to Maria Gabriel, European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. And she sent us a video message.
Another program we are running in collaboration with Cook County Sheriff, and while starting the pilot project this year in May with just 4 countries participating.
It's not yet Maria. There. She will be with us in a couple of minutes.
The answer is ChessBase.
Intercontinental camp that will start just in
Ígérem, hogy amint a hölgy lesz, önök azonnal fel fogják ismerni őt. És nem érdemes nagyon messzire menni, mert amint a biztos asszony üzenetét meghallhattuk, rögtön Judit Polgar.
But please don't go far, because after listening to Madam Commissioner, Judit Polgar will join us on stage.
Dear Judith, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot be there with you to enjoy the Global Chess Festival, but I did not want to miss this chance to send a word of encouragement to all of you. As Judith put it at the last European Education Summit, chess has it all: education, culture, youth, sport, and a great deal of innovation. Games are a fundamental part of what makes us human. We learn the rules, we play together, we develop playing cultures and metagames. And we break those metagames, innovating on how we play the game. To see this in action is to understand how so much of our culture ends up thriving through play. In school, in the pitch, in youth organizations, or in the artist atelier. This should come as no surprise. The Latin ludos, after all, means not just play, but also sport, school, and practice. To fit chess into education is, in my opinion, to fit a glove in our hand. It just makes sense. Our very own school education gateway includes resources on game-based learning. I believe that playing can be hugely influential in young people's learning, especially when it has an impact on pedagogy. And during COVID-19, we saw how useful these pedagogies were, especially helping us adapt to distance learning. If you are going to look at a screen for 8 hours, and if you cannot play outside with your friends, maybe a game is just what you need to stay focused and learn, all while developing critical thinking, an entrepreneurial spirit, and the creativity you need to win. My friends, I can only encourage you to engage with the opportunities of the European education area and the Erasmus Plus program. I certainly hope that our Erasmus Plus teacher academies will engage with your Chess Palace approach. These academies will help teachers develop and engage with new pedagogies, and game-based learning has a big part to play there. I wish I could be there with you to participate in all the exciting discussions you will have. You have my full support and have a wonderful festival.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük. Jött egy kis taps.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. Let's give her a round of applause.
Tehát köszönjük szépen Maria Gabriel, az
So,
Európai
thank you,
Bizottság
Maria Gabriel,
innovációért, kultúráért, oktatásért
the
és ifjúságért
Commissioner,
felelős biztosának
European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. And now allow me to introduce the developer of the method and the organizer of this event. Judit Polgar created her foundation in 2012, and with the help of experts and teachers, they have developed a new and unique teaching method for preschool and primary school children. The main focus is on motivation, creativity, and knowledge through play based on the rules of chess. Its structure and content are unique at European and international level alike. Please welcome to the stage Judit Polgar, the best female chess player of all time, international grandmaster. Thank you very much. Thank you and welcome to the National Gallery. This is a unique location for us, and I'm glad that we are able to introduce to you the details of the Polgar method here. Just to say a few words about how this method developed. When my kids entered kindergarten, I thought that I should add Czech to their lives as well, because it gave me a lot. And then we began developing the program in 2013. We became part of the curriculum as an optional subject, and then many things have happened since then. And we got to a point in our lives where we can say that the Polgar Judit method has several branches: Chess Palace, Chess Kindergarten for preschool, Chess Palace for primary school children, and Chess PE. For us, and for me personally, the most important part of the method is how we can develop the skills of children. I have friends and colleagues who are teachers, who are experts, and who use creativity and innovation, and we are developing the program together with them so that it can be useful for teachers and it can help children develop even further. So I would like to wish all of you a good time today for the program, and those who are listening to us in English, welcome to you as well, because this is going to be the first time when the method is presented in its entirety, and you will have a very comprehensive view of the method. Those who are already familiar with it and those who are new to the program, what we do and what our objectives are. So enjoy the program and have a nice day. Thank you very much.
Most pedig kérem engedjék meg,
And
hogy
now,
egy kicsit tüzetesebben
allow me
bemutassuk önöket a
to
Polgar Judit módszer
present to you Polgar Judit method in greater detail. I would like to ask Szabolni Dancsik Tünde, the coordinator and leader and methodological developer and trainer of Judit Polgar method, to join me on stage. Please give her a round of applause.
Nagyon szépen köszönöm.
Thank you very much. In fact, Edith and Judith have said everything I wanted to say by way of introduction, so there is not a lot that I can still tell you, but welcome to all of you at this wonderful, beautiful venue and in this presentation of the Polgar Judit method. Polgar Judit method, this is indeed the first time that it is presented to a broader audience, and I would like to read out to you that thinking and creating is good. Creativity, which I experienced through Shak, can make your life fuller. And this is what Judith said. But when she said this, she didn't realize that in a couple of years' time, she would build up an exciting and multifaceted method using the tools and the rules of the game. So what is the essence of the program? It is indeed creativity, playfulness, and for the kids to experience good experiences in their day-to-day lives at school. For the youngest, it is the chess playground, which develops their skills, taking into account their age specificities, and they find themselves in a fairy tale world of chess playground. And we can give some support to teachers, preschool teachers, to enhance the intensity of the development of the children that they are looking after. And the next complex skills development program for primary school children is the Chess Palace, and it is part of the national curriculum, and it incorporates the topics of the national curriculum in the first 4 years of school, promoting structured and logical thinking. And experience-based learning is important here, and also it is our aim is to give a good teaching experience to teachers. And the third is Chess PE, where it's no longer a playground or a palace, it is part of physical education, and a huge chessboard is the terrain for that. And allow me to ask a teacher to join me on stage, who from the very beginning was involved in the development of the Polgar Judit method. At the time, we didn't realize that this was we were going to end up with the Polgar Judit method, but she was here all along the way, and she supported the development of the program. So this is Mrs. Csilla Őriné Gombás, the creator, developer, and methodological expert of the. I'm going to stand beside one of my favorite tools, a die. Kids also like it a lot, and Csilla uses it a lot in her teaching. So, Csilla, allow me to ask you a few questions. My first question is, why do you think it is important to include the rules and the tools of chess in education? Because my aim has always been for kids to feel good at school, because if they like to be at school, I will help them to be to learn in a failure-free manner, and and it lasts for a lifetime. But to achieve this goal, it is necessary to have the skills that enable pupils to understand the material in class and to enjoy practicing it. I've tried many tools and methods, but chess became the only one that I could introduce as a teacher into my lessons as a tool for skill development, to teach children the topics and in a way that the kids learn during the lesson, and practice is playful and cheerful, and we are using several tools in teaching them. So tell us a bit about your personal experience. What does working with youth means to you? Well, if I look back, I think that it was a good time when I met Judit, because it was back in 2012, and I had been a teacher then for a long time, and she, as a chess player and as a teacher, was looking to include chess in the curriculum, and it was a coincidence that we met. And ever since we've been working together, and it's a challenge for me, but it's also a good experience, and it's a great game. And the result is the Polgar Judit method, which I believe made school a desired place for kids. They like to go there and they enjoy being there. And whenever they see a chessboard, you can even link grandchildren and grandparents. But we use the chessboard and we use the characteristics and the value of the pieces, the chess pieces, and we try to teach the children in a creative manner and in a way that they enjoy it themselves as well. And I think that Judith is truth that it is possible to do so. So I think we have heard why it's good for the kids and also why it's good for the teachers to use this method.
Well, if you think about it, chess is not just a transitional game. It has had a centuries-old history. Therefore, I thought, and I think it was underlined by Judit Polgar's career that it is necessary to prepare for the future. So I knew how to play chess when I started to become involved in this, but when I realized that it was such an experience, such a tool for children through which they can learn a lot of mathematics, they can prepare for the learning of reading and writing, and they like it. They like practicing it in groups or alone, and they can turn back to chess whenever they wish to. So when I realized all this, I thought that it was a wonderful tool for teachers, because it is not only a good experience for children, it is also a good experience for the teachers. And children and Judith cooperated for years in developing this method. And if children like it and enjoy it, then we can realize that it is really worthwhile trying this method. Judit Polgar's method is about creativity, and the only limit of this method is the rules of chess. Thank you very much. And now let's see how it works in practice. Let's see a group of kindergarten children. It is a true playground that we're going to see.
Sakkjátszótér, leszállás, dobókocka és kézfogás. Indul a játékos tanulás. A sakkszőnyegen változatos a mozgás, huszárugrás, futás és guggolás. De tudd, ez még csak a kezdet, mert a varázsszőnyeg játékról játékra rettett. A futó átlós útja például labdával lekövethető.
So we can see the magical carpet playing with a ball. We can learn basic rules of chess through adventure. Kindergarten children can start thinking while playing and enjoying themselves. Different pieces, all pieces, can be taken into their hands to play with them. Concentration and memory are all improved, and motoric skills also improve. Teamwork, attention, and praise, self-evaluation. Is it a surprise that every difficult task seems to be very easy after this? It's a piece of cake. Everything is exciting, magical, adventure. This is what awaits us. The princess and the prince take part in the game, and they always look for solutions together. There are also additional tools, including stickers that we can use, throwing, coloring, drawing, balancing, exercise books that develop motoric skills and the brain. All these games can be played within the chess playground system.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük. Köszönöm szépen Szabóné, Dancsik Tündének és
Thank you so much, Fila and Tunde, for your ideas and for introducing the basis of this methodology. Now I would like to welcome our next speaker, Andra Farkas, trainer, methodological developer, and coordinator of the Chess Playground game. Welcome to the Chess Playground Complex Skills Development Program, which is a kindergarten pillar of Judit Polgar's method. It incorporates the rules and tools of chess into all areas of skills development, taking into account the age-specific characteristics of young children. It is the truly experiential program that brings to life the fairy tale world of the chess palace, but which will completely enchant children. It acts as a bridge in the transition between kindergarten and school. But what areas are in focus? This is what's most interesting for educators in a world where there is only one constant, and that is change. Technological advances are super fast, civilians have reached space, and professions are emerging day by day, professions that we haven't even been able to imagine. So what's a teacher to do if we want to prepare children for this world? Need science fiction? No, there's a better solution. Join the Chess Playground program. We believe that the secret of renewal is in an ancient game. Learning in the 21st century, there is a compass for defining objectives within this program, which combines everything from the latest pedagogical methodologies, creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, flexibility and adaptability, the skill development of digital competencies, the development of language skills, mathematical, logical, and social skills. Cognitive skills can be developed very well through chess, concentration, attention, memory, which will all help children in the world of big data to filter and organize information, to solve problems. Chess is a sort of sign language that can be used to develop algorithmic thinking, which is the basis of coding, which will help children to learn programming. Chess rivals electronic games because it motivates children, it keeps them engaged, and they can make friends through this. In the Chess Playground program, the chess pieces come to life. They have different characters, a life of their own. Children can identify with the pieces and learn that a tiny pawn can become a queen. They also learn that sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and you have to be able to cope with this. This will help later on with their careers, and they will learn to overcome their failures. In the preschool program, children participate in group sessions, they enforce rules, they identify and analyze situations, which will help them when they become adults to work in teams and to work in collaboration on a project. In the preschool program, we have placed a strong emphasis on compensating for the sedentary lifestyle of the digital generation. Therefore, the giant chess mat becomes a battlefield where children become live pieces. In addition, we laid the ground of learning to write and read. The whole life of a nursery school is being transformed. Kindergarten children will be more confident in the world, will solve problems more easily. They will not be afraid to fail. We believe Chess Playground program, which is a tried and tested method. We can help many educators and parents to prepare their young children for the challenges of the 21st century. Our success is reflected in the program's results at home and abroad. Thanks to the Ministry of Human Resources, there are 4,500 Hungarian kindergartens, and 3,000 of these have the basic kindergarten package. And the Ministry of the State Secretariat of National Policy has been training Hungarian teachers across the borders. What tools are available to help teachers? This program has a special toolbox and activity books for children. I would like to draw your attention to the 3 activity books, especially. Children can learn the basics of chess and can learn a lot about the pieces from these. We have added activity plans for kindergarten teachers and game cards, which help you apply knowledge and develop experiential activities. Those interested in a program can take part in a 10-hour online or contact training course, which you can register at chessjátszótér.hu. You can also visit the playground section of our website, where you can play games at home to get an insight into the program by following a digital trail. Join us and let's chess the world together. Thank you very much, Andra Farkas, for introducing the program to us. Now, I would like to ask Enikő Fenyő to join me on stage, who is a trainer and methodological developer of the Chess Playground program. And she will be joined by the children of the Művész Street Kindergarten and Daycare Center.
Na, ha így örültök, akkor itt a fehér nagyátló már indulhatunk is.
So if you like the idea of playing together, you can already start to walk through the chess board diagonally. If I play chess regularly, I will have superpowers. And we have all reached our destination. Now I would like you to take place in the square in front of us. Everybody has done very well. Now we will start with an easy activity. We cannot speak. We can only show signs. Show me a like if what I say is true, and show me a dislike if what I'm saying is not true. Now listen, in chess, always the player starts who has the white pieces. Yes, that is true. On the chessboard, there are dark and light squares in one rank. Yes, that's true, because diagonally it wouldn't be true. Now there's the next challenge. Chess is a board game which you have to play with dice. No, that's not true. But I have a dice here. What kind of dice is this? Tell me. This is a chess dice. There are no dots, no little points on it, but there are the fairy tale versions of the pieces in chess that you can see. So we will play a new game. I can see the bishop, no, the rook. The rook starts with an R, so please tell me other words will start with the same letter. The children listed some words and names. Now let's see the next one. This is the king, so tell me words that begin with K. Like cross, king, queen. Very difficult words. But the pieces do not only live on the dice, they also live in the chess palace. And somebody would like to play with you. This piece, no, a card. Or what is it that was hidden in my pocket? I will only show you a small part of this little object. Please tell me if you find out what's in my hand. Please tell me if you know what piece is this. Oh, all of you know it. Arthur, tell me who is hiding in my hands. Ah, that's the rook. Which one? Yes. Did you all think about rooks? Yes, you can praise yourselves, pat yourselves on the shoulder. Please, who is... No, first of all, prepare binoculars and have a look at the chess palace, here on the screen or over there. Tell me, which tower does this rook live in? Ah, in the purple. In the purple tower. Would you like to show us? Would you like to show us where the purple tower is? With this rook? There. Which street? What number? It's Dolphin Street 5. And Dolphin is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 4th street. Please show me the entire length of the Dolphin Street. Yes, that's it. Very good. And now please step 5 squares. That's 5. That's the 5th one. So you were correct. It's Dolphin Street 5, where the rook lives.
What do you see in the hand of the rook? A book. It's a kid's book. Why is he holding a kid's book? A book of fairy tales. Because he reads tales to the pawns. Do you remember the tale when the pieces went to the playground? Yes. Yes, we all remember. So let's take the pieces again out to the playground. Please stand up and turn towards Panka, leave the mat. Let's go around and you can pick a piece. Okay, just pick up a piece, please. És kezdődhet a móka. Mindenkinek a kezébe került egy báb? Do you all hold pieces? Great. Thank you. So now please stand on the mat that you are standing on a contrasting square then as the piece that you are holding in your hand and turn to the audience. Okay, so let's see if all of the squares are contrasting to the color of your pieces. Great. So the pieces want to be on top, so please keep them on the top of your head. And then they move to your right shoulder. The pieces move to your right shoulder. And now it's going to be difficult. They want to slide it down to your left knee, diagonally, but careful with the balance. Well done. And now they want to play hide and seek. Hide them. And now I will test your memory. Please hold up your piece if you have queen piece. Yes, rook, knight and bishop. Yes, there are 2 of those on the chessboard, 2 of each. And please raise your hand if you have a piece whose value is immense, immeasurable. Yes, the two quick kings. Thank you. And now there is only one last question for you. Which is the piece that moves in a star direction? Yes, queen and the king. Yes, but what's the difference? Is that the king can only move one square, whereas the queen can move any number of squares. And now we are going to play jigsaw. And please choose a partner.
Mérlegkintára ráültettétek a bábokat? Mondhatjuk a mondókánkat?
So,
Vagyok, billegek, két karommal súlyt viszek. Most állítsátok be úgy a bábokat, hogy ugye amelyik nehezebb.
So please set the pieces now that the one that's heaviest or the heavier. Yes, so for instance, here the queen is worth 9, the pawn is worth 1. So I think that all of you succeeded in striking the balance, and now I would like to ask you to place your pieces on the square that they are standing at the beginning of a game. Careful about dark and white, or black and white. Yes, indeed, the queen stands on her own color. And please stand behind your pieces. Is it full? No. Some pieces are still missing. But I think that you are so clever that you will be able to show the right square for each piece. Rook, knight, bishop, king, queen, bishop, knight, and rook. And the pawns in front of them. Let's say our little poem. Rook, knight, they stand beside the king, the queen stands beside the king, and then come the bishop and the knight. Well done. And now please place your pieces back to where you picked them up, so that the next group will find them easily. Thank you very much. Well done, all of you. Let's turn to Panka. And Panka, you may start walking, and you can wave to the audience goodbye. And they can say a rhyme together with us. If I play chess often, I will have superpowers. Thank you very much, Fenyő Enikő, and the children for the presentation. Well done. Indeed. I hope you enjoyed it too. And now I would like to ask the next speaker to join me here, Szabóni Tancsik Tünde. But now let's take a step and let's see how school children feel in the world of Chess Palace. Let's take a look inside the classroom.
Szünet van, vagy tanóra? A válasz sakkpalota. Gazdag eszköztárral élmény a megoldás. Kreatív a gondolat, jön a dicséret, ez csodás. Hatékony a tanulás, gyere és tarts velünk.
Learning is very efficient with chess. Come with us and learn through the magic of play, thinking together, team building, and putting it together with the curriculum and basic subjects like Hungarian or mathematics. The children really enjoy it. The exercises in exercise books really make children enjoy themselves. They collect pieces, numbers, while developing their skills. With cards, you can create sentences or you can use them as numbers. Within the chess palace, children really become excited. They can be creative, they can learn directions, and they can remember where they have been. Their memory develops, they can learn how to plan. So, skills for everyday life improve. The laminated sheets can be reused. Problem solving and complex development of skills takes place. Their visual skills and tactile skills also can be improved. Chess is one of the most ancient games of history, and Chess Palace is a magical playground for the brain.
Thank you. So we had a look at what happens in the Chess Palace classroom, but now on the next slide we are showing you the schools that are already using the Chess Palace program successfully. Since the launch of the program, it's been growing and it is now across the border. So to our great pleasure, in 2020 we were able to thanks to the Ministry for Innovation and Technology and the Prime Minister's Office, we managed to go across the border and reach out to Hungarian educators living in foreign countries. Unfortunately, we were unable to join them offline, but we provided some training online in Transylvania, in FIDE and Voivodeship, and we traveled even a little further afield because Shakwaita has already been translated into Chinese, at least the first book of the Chess Palace method. So, since the launch of the Chess Palace program, more and more teachers and schools have been using the program, and more children have become part of this endeavor. In the last 8 years, more than 500 schools have introduced the Chess Palace method in one way or another, and currently almost 2,000 teachers have been trained in using the method, and roughly 40,000 pupils will use the program each year until 2020. A 3-day contact education was available for years 1 and 2 of primary school, and this year we are already offering opportunities for teachers in grades 3 and 4, and this training is online, obviously, but that means that we can support the work of all teachers in the first 4 years of primary school. A method that covers the curriculum and also develops attitude in a playful way. But how can this be integrated in the day-to-day lives of teachers and pupils? It can be used, how can we integrate it into each subject? So on the Chess Palace life map, you will find references to each subject, and you can link to the current curriculum of each subject. For instance, when it comes to Hungarian language and literature, we collect words that start with the same letter that the names of the pieces. You could see the kindergarten children earlier, and then in maths we will calculate using the value of pieces, or in music we can use also the shape of the pieces. In ethics lessons, many things happen in Chess Palace, and children can understand what's happening in a daily situation. And also when it comes to science, well, for instance, in the chess palace, all the animals that are in the primary school curriculum are also used in chess palace, so they can talk about, for instance, environment protection or also geographic formations by looking at the chess palace images. And this the program itself is very motivating, and children are very keen on working with the chess palace exercises, and they stay motivated for a longer time than otherwise. And it also works as a tail therapy, because many kids will be able to deal with their issues, their problems, as they are looking at chess palace and the pieces, and the teacher can help them overcome their difficulties. There have been many studies that looked at the various areas of skills that can be developed through chess. And Dr. Gyarmati Eva, who is a psychologist and is working with us, and we conducted a survey in the benchmark institutions, and the cognitive profile test clearly has shown that children that are involved, who studied with the Chess Plus program, scored better than non-chess students on all indicators of the cognitive profile test. The results clearly demonstrate that students in the Chess Plus program has advantage in cognitive development, especially reasoning, but also in maths. And what Andrea also pointed out, that the processing of so in this age of information processing, kids who studied with the chess press programs are really good at processing information. And there are some very pretty and colorful textbooks that are full of content and that are good to look at. In grades 1 and 2, there is a textbook and a teacher's book, and there is a very detailed manual for the teachers where they can find some guidance or support for every lesson. And then in grades 3 and 4, there is an activity booklet and also a textbook, and that is more practical, but it's also broader in terms of its content, and it can be used on a daily basis. And for teachers in grades 3 and 4, we developed a training program, and if you attend that training program, you will get some really a treasure house of ideas that you can use in teaching your pupils in these grades. And another great favorite also for us is the chess sketchbook that can be used for making sketches using a chessboard of different colors. And similarly to the chess playground, in the chess palace toolbox is also very broad, and it is a unique feature of these tools that they've been developed together with children. What the colors should be, how large they should be, what the feel should be to touch, that those are all things that were developed together with the children. So all the tools support curricular integration, and we have different approaches to the different tasks.
So that's what I wanted to say very briefly about the Chess Palace program. And now I would like Edith to help me, because if I'm not mistaken, children will join us on stage. So I would like you to give a round of applause to Tünde Szabó, Thank you very much for introducing us to the everyday life of Chess Palace. And now I would like to introduce Ágnes Misi, teacher, and the students of the Arany János Primary School of the town of Gyöngyös. Please give them a huge round of applause. Children, I would like to ask you to do the following. Please pass the piece while saying the rhyme and walking in. So the beanbag piece should be in the right hand first, and then move it to the left, and then to the right, and then to the left while saying the nursery rhyme. And I would like to ask the two rooks to come here and to throw the dice. Please say the name of the piece that comes up after rolling the dice and tell the audience what you can see. It's a dark rook, a black rook, and a white pawn. Thank you. And now I come and I roll, and mine is the king. Please go to the chess table where your beanbag piece, the king belonging to your beanbag piece can be found, and then go to the pieces and set the pieces up on the chess table. The whites start and the blacks come next. So I would like to ask you to place the piece on the chessboard in the basic position, and all demonstration pieces should be on the table. The white pawn starts, and then comes the black pawn. Now, pawns, as the painters of the Chess Palace, please draw us what it means for you to be here present at the global chess, this global chess event. And now I would like to ask the knights, and then the bishops, and then the queens to come. The next task will be for the black group. Please collect 4 objects that belong to the autumn, and please name the squares. Identify the squares in the picture. The children speak without a microphone, but they are indicating, for instance, basket of apples on A1. All right, now please come here to the center chessboard and check if everything is on its correct place. No, these two have been mixed up. I would like the queen to join us and to indicate pictures relating to the winter in the picture. Very good, thank you. And now I would also like to ask you here in the center to check if the setup is correct. No, B1 and C1 are mixed up. Thank you, that's great. The next task. We can see the picture of the autumn of the chess palace. Please, whites, collect nouns. Collect nouns of as many parts as bird rook has. And the blacks have to collect verbs according to the same rules. So rook in Hungary is 2 syllables. What words have you come up with? The children are listing nouns. And now I would like to ask the rook to put them in to put these words into alphabetical order. So knight and rook, please put the words in alphabetical order. Thank you very much, you did great. The next task is going to be the following. Imagine 3-digit numbers and put them in order. The blacks have to put it in incremental order and circle the even numbers and add the largest and the smallest numbers. Whites have to put the numbers in a decreasing order, circle uneven numbers, and add up the largest and the smallest number. 391 is the first, 395 is the second, and fourth is 539. Why didn't you circle any of the numbers? Because none of them were even. Now I would like to ask the dark group to come up with the solution. Please put the numbers into decreasing order. That's correct. And now the white bishop is completing the task by circling the odd number. Now I would like to ask the pawns to join their groups, but before joining their groups, please tell us why you created these paintings, these drawings. And please show your drawings to the audience. Let's start with the white pawn. The children are speaking without a microphone, so the interpreters unfortunately do not hear them. Judit Polgar is a role model for me, so I drew her. And as the last exercise, I would like to ask you, specifically the two knights, to take the pieces that appeared on the dice in the beginning of the lesson and place them on the chessboard. Knight, pawn, king. And now let us praise ourselves with a so-called chess applause, which is patting ourselves on the shoulder. You did great. Now I would like you to take the beanbag pieces, and the first I would like to ask the white group to line up here in front of me. Then will come the black group, and we will leave the chess palace by reciting our nursery rhyme, which lists the order of pieces on the chessboard.
Meg is jött, szuper. Szuperek voltatok, nagyon gratulálok.
You did great, congratulations. I would like to ask for a great round of applause for these children. And now, allow me to ask Tünde Szabóné Dancsik again to the stage, who, after introducing the chess policy and the chess playground, will present the latest element of this complex method, which is which is called chess PE. Yeah, you can hear me. The little girl who drew on the red sheet said that this chess world event is very important for her because Judit Polgar is her role model. Well, I think that every honest opinion from a child is very valuable, so I would like to ask you to applaud them again because, well, I guess you couldn't always hear what they were saying, but doing very well, working very well. So the latest development is chess PE. It was a very exciting challenge for us to put our brain work into practice, movement, and we develop movements which make children use kind of intellectual sport in a physical version. It is a challenging, effective, experiential and creative way to increase their self-worth and self-evaluation. Well, the program can be used in different fields, different areas of physical education. Naturally, we follow the physical education national curriculum, and we focus on preparatory and preventive activities and movements, as well as alternative and leisure activities. But naturally, different walking, running, jumping, hopping, throwing, and balancing exercises and games are also incorporated into this program. And playing is very important. So we created the program. If I want to illustrate the levels on the chessboard, but there are 4 levels. They are built on each other, and they are increasingly difficult. There are 8 + 8 sessions per each level. We have a very serious collection of different games, and we're always using a certain square and certain pieces of the chess game. So our field is a huge chessboard. It can be a carpet, it can be painted on the floor, it depends on the school, on the situation of the school. But what is an unusual tool is a huge chess piece, the huge chess pieces that you will be able to see in our presentation. All the remaining tools can be found in a physical education toolkit of every school. This program is very new, so we have completed the pilot training project the first pilot training phase, and the colleagues who have been invited were also invited to provide input. These colleagues are experimenting with the new program to see which elements are more successful and how to use them. It is also a very important part of the program to allow the teachers to decide on how they want to incorporate these tools and this methodology into the pre-E classes. And what is a huge delight for us is that from the autumn semester, the University of Physical Education will have an optional subject focusing on our Chess PE program. Thank you.
Thank you, and please give her Tunde a round of applause. Thank you for the great ideas. And now let's have a look at how this works in practice. But before that, I would like to congratulate all the participants so far, because we are just on time. And so congrats to both the pupils and the teachers. And now we would like to ask Venei Zsuzsanna Tanító and the Gyöngyös Arany János School to join me on stage. Please give them a round of applause as well. Okay, please stand in a file based on the chessboard. Mix it up. And once again, stand in a line. In the first task, we will be walking around the board for 8 steps. Please keep your beanbag in your right hand. Take a right and then pick up the beanbag with your index and thumb of your left hand and place it on your head. And play it with your hands ahead and then backwards 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, 6, 7 and 8. Okay, turn around. And we will be walking around the board again. Please pick up the beanbag with the index and the thumb of your right hand and place it on your left shoulder. Please turn your arm and then extend it again. And bend it and then extend it again. For 8 steps. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's look, turn towards the board. Thank you. You've been very good. And now please find your captain, your team captain, Angyalka and Dina. Today's lesson, Angyalka will be the leader of the Black Army and Lina will be the leader of the White Army. In the next task, you will need to cross the board to the other side. Please hold your beam back with the ring and finger and the thumb of your left hand and place it on top of your head. With your right hand, touch your left knee, and then with your left hand and right, touch your right knee. Here we go.
Nagyon szépen oldottátok meg a feladatot.
Well done, everyone. Now in the next task, we will move on the net of the board. So with the little finger and the thumb of your left hand, please place your beanbag into your right palm. And now you need to cross the board while placing your beanbag from your left hand to the right and back. And then please hop on both legs when you are going backwards.
Nagyon ügyesek vagytok. A
Well done.
feladatnál kérlek,
And in the
tegyétek
next
le a
task,
gancsákat,
please,
hiszen nem lesz rá szükség.
you will no longer need the beanbags, so you just lose them.
Most a mező csúcsain fogunk közlekedni.
Now we will be
Kezeddel
moving
szabad
on the
karoddal szabad
edge,
gyakorlatot végezhetsz.
on
Lábujjegyen
the
közlekedsz,
crossings of the
vissza, jobb lábon szögdelés.
squares, and you will be hopping on your left leg when you are crossing it towards me, and then you will need to hop back on your right leg.
Gyönyörűen oldottátok meg a feladatot, nagyon ügyesek vagytok.
Well done,
Köszönöm.
everyone. Thank you.
Gyakorlatnál
And now,
formában kell
in the next task,
a szemközti
you will
oldalra
need to
mezőkön
cross the
haladva.
board as a
Most egy
piece,
kicsit kiterjesztjük
moving
a
from
táblát.
square to square. We will be expanding the board.
Első oszlopon, második és a
Anjaka,
harmadik
you will be
oszlopon
using
közlekednek. Linájában
pi
hatodik,
1,
hetedik és a
3, and 5,
nyolcadik
and
oszlopon
Lina
fognak közlekedni.
6, 7, and 8
Olyan kell közlekedni,
files.
amilyet
And
mondok.
you will be the piece that I'm saying. So first move as the queen when you're coming towards me, and then move backwards as the knight does.
Nagyon szépen köszönöm. Most arra kérem Kincsőt és Danit.
Thank you. Now I would like to
a
ask Kinchu and Dani to
három
expand
világos és három
the
sötét gyalog.
board
A
with
többiek
3
vegyék föl a
black and 3
labdájukat.
white pawns. The others, please pick up your balls.
A következő feladatnál szlalomozni
For the
kell a
next
lábák
task,
között.
you
Mikor
will
a
be
sakkláblához
asked to
érsz,
slalom
terpesz, majd
across the
zárkugrással haladsz
pieces,
át a szemközti oldalra.
and then when you
Mikor
reach the
terpesz
board,
végzel, magas
you will need to
tartásba helyezed
hop
a labdát. Mikor
in
zársz,
sidestep
akkor magad elé. Gyakorlat,
and
rajta,
raise the ball and then
vissza,
lower the ball again.
mezőfutás.
So slalom, and then when you're going back, you will be asked to run. Well done, thank you. And in the next task, you will be first slaloming, and then the black army will stand at the white corner and the white army at the black corner. Use the diagonals, moving from square to square, cross the board to the other corner, while throwing up the ball and then catching it again. So begin with the slalom. And then backwards, when you go back, please hop on both of your feet. Thank you. Well done. Please put down the balls now. So this brings us to the close of the lesson, and we are going to play a game. It's called Fire, Earth, Water, Cloud. So please stand in line around the board, the chessboard. When I say fire, you can only use the black squares as if embers were burning your feet. If I say water, please raise your hands and walk on step toes on white squares. When I say cloud, you should hold out your arm as if it was a sail blown by the wind, and then when I say earth, then please squat and walk like that. Water, fire, water, cloud, earth, fire. Okay, please stand beside the board. Thank you very much for your work. You've been doing well. If you enjoyed this lesson, please pick up a piece and place it on its square and stand behind it. Thank you for your attention. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük. Nagyon szuperek voltatok.
Thank you very much for this wonderful demonstration. Let's give them another round of applause because they deserve it. And now we are going to listen to a very exciting part of the program. And we will hand out the awards of the reference institutions. I would like to thank Attila Udvarhelyi, who is president of the board of trustees of the Judit Polgar Chess Foundation. Please welcome him on stage.
Bocsánat, elnézést.
Nem azt, amit nézünk, hanem a látásunkat kell megváltoztatni.
We need to change the way we view something rather than the thing that we are looking at. I believe that the Polgar Judit's method confirms the truth of Martin Luther's quote, and Polgar Judit, with her creativity, demonstrates that chess is not only a sport, it's more than that. It can be used very well in education, and the Polgar Judit method was developed over many years, and its structure and its tools are unique both in Hungary and globally. Because such a complex skills development method, which includes the chess playground, chess palace, movement development, and the structure itself, and training and further education for the teachers as well, and it's measurable, and its toolkit, they all elevates above all other skills development programs. Through the staff and experts of the Polgar Judit Foundation, the methodology is continuously being developed, and we are recommending and offering it to any school. I think that it can work miracles in schools through the playground, the palace, and the PE program. The greatest positive feedback for us is to see more and more schools and kindergartens using and learning this method, so that thousands of children can partake in this miracle. And it gives us great pleasure when we see that there are institutions that use this method in a very motivated and committed way. And we developed a rating system, which is our way of thanking these institutions for their works. And we developed an award, and we take this opportunity of the Global Chess Festival, and we would like to hand out this award to our most successful institutions and thank them for their work. And wishing them all the success for the future.
Thank you very much for the opening remarks, and now the presentation of the prizes. First, Chess Playground Reference Kindergarten Award is given to the Movies Street Kindergarten. Agnes Sebestyén-Cselovszky, director, is going to receive the award. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and congratulations. Now I would like to congratulate Happy Kids International Kindergarten and Nursery Director Petra Kimsko, who unfortunately cannot be here with us today, but they have been awarded the Chess Playground Reference Kindergarten title. Congratulations. And I would like to ask the winner of Chess PE Reference Schools representative, András Juhászné Dovko. Andrea, congratulations. Congratulations to the primary school in Gyöngyös. Well, everybody is doing great in receiving the prizes. So congratulations once again. And the Czech Palace Reference School Award has also been awarded to Körösi Sándor Primary School in Dunakeszi. Zoltáné Kárpáti, please join us on stage, the director of the school. My colleagues are here with us, and they are the people who have worked very hard for us to achieve this award. And I would like to thank them especially, as well as the parents who opt for our school and for this method. Thank you very much. Thank you, Attila Udvarhelyi, for presenting the prizes. I would also like to congratulate the award winners. If you have any questions regarding Judit Polgar's method, you can join the ladies to my right, who will answer your questions. The ladies who have presented the method to us are available to answer your questions in the hall to my right. Well, I really enjoy having such a huge audience, so I would like to tell you what programs we still have today. Well, after the presentation of the Judit Polgar Method, the next program here on this stage will be a conversation with very important Hungarian athletes, Rita Kőbán, for instance. I would like to invite you to listen and watch our very special guests talking about a very special topic. Then, creativity and innovation talks will be in English here on the stage. Our presenters our invited guests will be very special guests. And you can follow the conversations live here or online. Then another prize ceremony, and from 2:15, Chess in Education, a conference in English. If you walk the steps, Morgan Stanley Cafe, and Morgan Stanley is our supporter. It is thanks to their sponsorship that we could organize this event. So if you walk up the stairs and reach the Morgan Stanley Cafe, you can meet Judit Polgar in person. At 2:30, you can meet Judit again at opposite the stage in the cafe, and there will be guided tours at 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. and also at noon. So you also have time to join the guided tour at noon. The first and the third will be about colors for children and families, and the guided tour at 2 p.m. will be for adults. They all last half an hour, 30 minutes. And what's going to happen on the second floor? On the second floor, from 10 to 12:30, chess and mathematics, games, and from 2:30, chess PE and arts and crafts programs will be presented. Morgan Stanley Play and Encode Decode program will also start in the afternoon. And on channel 2, which is important for people who are following us online, from 10 to 5, there will be an interactive chess channel on channel 2. So there's a great variety of different programs to choose from, and here on stage, in a few minutes, we will be joined by very famous athletes. And we will have some musical performances as well. So we'll continue in a few minutes.
chess content. And today I decided to run a course on beauty in chess. And the main reason why I wanted to do this was because I wanted to do something that was definitely a little bit different from what everybody else is doing. And for that reason, I strictly opted for examples that have either lesser known games or definitely rather unknown players who play the games, because I would like to pass on a bit of a message as well with this course or lecture rather, and that is that one of the greatest things in chess, in my opinion, is the fact that we can create our own masterpieces, and we need to really appreciate our own creations. And so this little course is, or rather lecture, is going to show you a couple of games from lesser known players who created their masterpieces. And I would like to encourage you to appreciate your own chess and your own masterpieces just as much as famous players, because you know, in the end of the day, we are there to enjoy our own chess as well. So in that spirit, we are going to kick off with a game between what I suspect would be two Serbian players, Bozidar Kazic against I think it was Branislav or Borislav Vukovic, sorry. The opening phase is not really that important, so I'm going to skip most of the opening actually without any explanation offered. And I'm going to actually ask the audience to offer me the first move for white here. So what would we do here for white in order to exploit the vulnerability of that black king? If you could just type in the chat a couple of ideas that you would consider, that would be very, very handy. So rook e1 check is what I'm getting. Actually, it is still a theoretical position, by the way. So I'm glad that we have rook e1 check. FTX g7 is also theoretical. The best thing about these two moves is that they are mostly interchangeable. The game continued with rook e1. And here black's best, according to theory, is bishop e6. And then queen d5 and try to tuck the king that way. However, here black went king f8. And now is actually a very important move that comes. Very tempting is to take on g7, but it's actually wrong, because that would allow the black king to escape with king takes g7. And then we wouldn't really have a good option to continue. So what would you suggest we do instead? Some very cool moves are available here. Mega Patra wants to play bishop g5. And boy, this is a move and a half. I really like this. So once again, takes, king takes. And now the king is actually a lot more difficult to attack than it would be if we play the correct bishop g5. Forcing, or rather, allowing / forcing black to take on f6. This guy with check was threatening to win the queen. Now bishop h6 check. And now the king is caught in this very awkward cage in here without any legal moves whatsoever. And the rook on h8 is also a very, very sad customer. So now white's job is to try to open up the position and either cause some trouble on this file or on this file. But first, we need to complete development. What do you think we should be doing with this knight? Where should the knight go? Yeah, VG Monkey, very good. Your message came a bit late. Excellent. Oh, lots of talented customers in the chat. I don't like pawn c3 because that achieves the exact opposite of what we want. We want to open up this file. c3 allows black to close it forever. The correct move is actually knight c3. And the first question to you that I'm going to quiz you on, and this is going to be an easy quiz, is that what do we do after takes? on c3, and I'm going to give you no more than half a minute for this because I'm a mean and unpleasant lecturer. Oh, did I quiz you with the wrong move? Oh my God. Okay, my bad. Sorry. I'm one of the most experienced Chessable Classroom user, and I gave you the wrong quiz. So what I'm going to quiz you on is this. What do we do now, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry. My bad. Go again. Now I got, yeah. Okay, now we're doing the right thing. Thank you very much. And I've got lots of correct, excellent solutions. Oh my God, I am yet to get a wrong answer. Chess genius is in the house. Loving it. Absolutely loving it. Looks like I also gave you too much time by the looks of things.
Jóra get.
Okay, excellent. So let's have a look at what happened here. So the reason why the knight cannot be captured is because there is a magnificent backrank mate based on this queen trade followed by rook check idea. Bishop f8 is still possible, but rook takes is mate. Okay, so we're going back to knight c3. Black played bishop g4. What should we do now? What should we do now? Knight e4 is the call, and that is correct. Very good. And here, black played something very provocative and played knight e5. And this is actually a losing move, but the reason why it loses is actually quite difficult to see. If you are an experienced chess player, you instinctively look to exploit this move by sacrificing your queen and taking on e5. However, if we take on e5, then bishop takes d1, and it's not easy how to continue. VG Monkey wants knight f6, but I don't really see the follow-up after queen takes. If knight takes, the queen hangs. If rook takes, then I can take the rook, yeah? So this is not looking good. Queen e5. So let's go back. I'm going to give you a hint. I'm going to give you a quiz. The correct move is actually knight takes e5. But what on earth was the absolutely genius concept of whites after bishop d1? And it is going to be quiz time, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm only quizzing you for this one just on one move. One move. So let's see how we go. Getting a lot of correct results. Very good. Very, very good. Excellent stuff. All right. So the fact of the matter is that we want to have the knight here, but one knight is not enough. Knight g4 is not possible because the bishop takes. And so by rule of elimination, we actually come to the conclusion that knight d7 is the correct move. The knight is immune because then we have got knight takes f6 mate, which is absolutely marvelous. A beautiful mate. And so black actually is more or less forced here. Oh, sorry. I mean, actually, they played b6, c3. Sorry, this was inverted. So take, knight d7. And black was forced to play bishop e7. And now I'm very curious if we can find a really, really amazing finish off a lovely, lovely sequence that is going to result in a beautiful checkmate. Away you go. Luciana is not only the goddess of Chessable Classroom, but she's also a very powerful chess player by the looks of things. Getting a few correct solutions already. Very good. Very good. Some slight inaccuracies as well. Some people are very, very close, but they just missed the correct idea. Ten more seconds. All righty, done, dusted. So let's have a look what happens here. So the queen is the piece that we need to outsmart because the queen is defending both this and this checkmate. Both of them indirectly for the time being, but after knight takes f6 check, bishop takes f6, you see that this mate is protected by the queen and this mate is also protected by the queen. Now what you do in such cases, it's called an overloaded piece. You try to decoy the queen one way so that we can strike the other way. And since after knight takes, queen takes, the mate is still protected on the back rank by the rook, we first mess them up with the rook check, and after queen takes, we have got a lovely finish. Knight takes f6 check mate. A really, really, really nice finish of a very simple game, really. One thing went only wrong for black, and here we go. Mr. Kazic has scored the game of his life by first sacking his queen, then chucking this knight on b7, then sacking a knight, then a rook, and boomski, there is your checkmate. So yeah, that's our beginning for the time being, and now we are going to move on to, yeah, it was a beauty indeed, thank you. We are going to move on to our next game, which is going to be, I'm going to show you the black side of the business here. Nazar Yaremko against David Recuero Guerra. Probably Luciana would know how to pronounce that name correctly, but my Spanish is terrible. Yeah, the opening is going to be, oh, good job, apparently. Apparently I'm doing a good job on that one. Gracias, señora. Gracias. So we are playing a Sicilian, and someone hopefully will tell me the name of this variation, which is actually going to be a weird transition. Does anyone know what Sicilian line we are looking at now? Kind of. Indeed, it's well, actually, it's a dragon. So it started off as a classical, but then it transitioned into a dragon. So we are transitioning into Dragonist Talend. And again, I'm going to skip the opening part for the most part because that's not what we're talking about. Castles, castles. Queen goes back. Okay, quick question. Where do we develop this bishop? I got one vote for e6, one vote for d7. One is correct, the other one is not so much. And unfortunately, it is my good friend M. Lottie who is wrong, but now he corrects himself. Yeah, the bishop needs to go to e6 to attack there. So basically, the rule of thumb is the following. If there is a knight on d4, it's less likely that we can go here. If there is no knight on d4, we definitely should. g4, rook c8, onto the open file, king b1. And here, black did something that I would label as questionable at least, but is a stock standard operation in the dragon. So what do you think black played here? I'm not going to quiz you, so just feel free to type it in. A4 says Nico Rosberg, but I think you mean A5. So yeah, I'm already getting very positive vibes for rook takes c3, which is indeed the main operation in the Sicilian dragon to eliminate the defender of the king and also to weaken the kingside position. Now, what's very curious here is that queen took back, and I assume that you would recommend here knight e4. Am I right or am I right? Or actually, or knight takes g4, perhaps. But the fun thing is that in this position, black actually opted for the very curious. I tell you why he didn't play knight g4, because then bishop d4 trades off this bishop. So that is crystal clear. They actually went for knight d5. All they want to do now is to trade off, is to trade off this bishop so that this boy here is going to be an uncontested beast on that diagonal, attacking b2. And I'm very curious to hear how you would now continue the attack. Actually, one move quiz is incoming. You get 20 seconds, 15 even. I'm not here to muck around. Excellent stuff. Almost everyone got it correct. So queen a5 is the idea. And now we have got a very, very pesky checkmate threat. a3 was played. Rook c8 was played. Bishop e2 was played. Queen a4 was played with the idea of hitting c2 in a number of ways. Rook d2 was played. And now an absolute bonkers of a move was played. I'm going to quiz you. One move only. Actually, I will see. I might change my mind about that one. Now, just one move only. I'm happy for you to get this move right. This is the hardest question of the day so far. So it's totally okay if you got it wrong. And I can guarantee you that when I show you the move, many of you will be like, oh, yeah, right, getcha. So the move that was played here by black that actually was the beginning of a absolutely brilliant, brutal but brilliant attack is rook c3. Boomski, baby, hitting the queen, hitting here. And of course, if they take, what do we do now? Yep, we're taking on a3. A threat is mate in 2. And I'm going to test you how to mate here with black. Let's see if we know famous checkmate pattern ideas. Away you go. Black to move, force mate. A lot of correct solutions coming in. Very happy again. People know their checkmate patterns. Good stuff. So the idea is that you don't go queen check here. You force the king to the corner, then you pull back, then you give the check, and then the kiss of death checkmate pattern is occurring on the board. So that was the reason why rook c3 was brilliant. 2, white opted to play. Sorry, I need to go to my notation. No. Rook d2, queen a4, rook c3, queen g1. I'm not sure about b5 here, but I like the idea of playing for b4. It's quite amazing how black just sacrificed an exchange and just casually plays the game as if like nothing happened. Queen c1. And an absolutely insane idea occurred here in the game. The idea behind queen here is to deny the rook sacrifice because, yeah, there is no point in doing this because now I can't take. It's protected. So black played b4. Holy cow, man, this is insanity. Obviously, the pawn is immune because then it's mate. But what do we do after takes? Any takers in the chat? Mr. T recommends takes. Lotzi recommends takes. Bishop a2 check is no good because I take it and a3 is still guarded. And we have got bishop takes c3 as well. A wide range of moves. To be fair, I think bishop takes c3 is a good move here. But instead, this was played, which is a very unassuming looking move, but it actually carries a brutal, an absolutely brutal threat. And white actually overlooked that threat by playing here rook d3, allowing black to execute a marvelous finish, which again is going to be a subject of your next quiz. Ta-da, let's go. Black to move and win, ladies and gentlemen. Bring on the beauty. Take your time on this one. It's not easy. Take your time. Do not rush it. That's why I give you a lot of time, because it's a very unusual motif. Everybody is very tempted to squeeze in a a2 check, which ironically is part of the solution. The mate is actually quite amazingly queen b4 check. This is difficult to find because it's very unusual that we sacrifice pieces on empty squares. But here, capture is compulsory because after king here takes, king here is mate. However, if they take the queen, which they did, then pawn a2 finishes with a fabulous checkmate. Wowzers. This was actually, in my opinion, an even more difficult attack to pull off than the previous one. But my favorite one for this course is actually the next one. I really do. Oh, no, actually, no, I'm lying. It's the one after this. It's the one after this. So this is actually a famous player. So here I'm lying to you, or at least misleading you. David Navara is a former top 20, probably even now current top 30 grandmaster from the Czech Republic, a very creative and awesome player. And the opening is going to be the Najdorf, which you have already seen during Christian's lecture. And again, I'm going to skip the opening altogether. We are going to begin our operations here. My first question for you is, where should the white knight go? Everyone wants to go to d5. No respect for material. Unbelievable. Absolutely no respect for material. I'm very glad, by the way, that you have no respect for material, because material is irrelevant. What matters is the attack. Knight d5 was played. And what do we do after ed? e5, very, very good. So both ed5 and e5 are theory, but the main idea is e5 indeed. Very, very good. Takes, knight h5. And my question for you now is that where should we move the queen? I have to tell you, though, in advance, that this is one of the most evil questions I'm asking in the course, or rather the lecture. So be very careful with how you answer this. And if you know me a little well, you would know immediately what to not look at. So the generic rule of thumb is that when chess coach András is asking you where to move the queen, the almost certain answer is that the queen is not going to move at all. And in fact, the correct answer here is the mind-bogglingly awesome e6. Luciana knows how my little brain works. e6, sacrificing a queen, forcing the queen, the black king to stay in the middle. Taking f7, not b7, by the way, because then queen b7, rook e7, take. And in the end of all this chaos, black is an exchange up and is easily winning. So instead, what we do is we take f7, king has to take, and now we take e7 with check. Now the king has only one square to go, which is g8, because if f8, then knight check wins the queen. What to do now? I'm getting knight e6 vibes. Rook g7. Wow. The problem with rook g7, Nico, is that it does win the queen back, but that's not enough. We sacrificed way too much material, and it's never about the queen. It's always about the king. So what do we do now? Yes, exactly. Knight e6, threatening the queen, but more importantly, mate in 1. They played, oh no, sorry, my bad. They actually took the knight first, and now they played knight e6. So it's queen e5. What do we do now? What do we do now? Bishop f4 is all right, although then I have queen f6. What else? Bishop f5, very interesting. It's going to come later. It's going to come later. Bishop h4 is a bit slow. Luciana is on the money as always. Rook f1. The idea is multiple, actually. Rook f7 taking on g7 is the main concept. Knight f8 was played. I'm going to tell you something shocking, by the way. Even this move is still theory. All of this is still theory. The first bad move was bishop c8. And now I need a punishment, please. How do we punish this bishop c8 move? Yeah, it's theory all the way up to here. Several games have been played for this position. I'm trying to remember what the move is, but I can't. But trust me on this one, it's theory. So what do we do after bishop c8 is the question. Okay, outstanding answer there. Anyone else with a different one? Yeah, it is rook e8, mate threat. But the genius move comes here. What should white do now in order to retain the initiative and, more importantly, this attack? How does it go now? Let's go. It's a very, very clever idea.
Because when I was a little kid, I was very creative, and for example, I was creating my own chess studies or chess puzzles, and also in my chess, it was very much when I just wanted to create original moves which nobody played before, in situations when making moves when it was completely unexpected, those kind of ideas, and so in chess, this is creativity, but also a lot of other things. But when the computers came into the chess life and for chess professionals, it made it much more difficult. So this is why I was very much opposing to computers, because it limited my creativity. So I had to find other channels in chess and later in other things to live my creativity.
And let's see the other part of today, the innovation. How important is it to be innovative while playing chess?
Well, absolutely, especially because there are a lot of data and there are more and more data. It means not only in chess, but in everything else, we have to be innovative how to use those data, how to make statistics, how to make yourself use of all those elements. And I think in some ways it's also much more difficult to be innovative in a sense, because you have to be very focused which direction you go, and to filter all the information, and then with all those information to make yourself understand as much as possible, and then with a fresh mind to make innovative things.
I just so much enjoy hearing you talk about all these things. We've talked a few minutes earlier, but in Hungarian, with your lovely sports women colleagues about how innovation is or changed chess. How could you summarize that? What kind of innovation does chess have?
Well, actually, chess had a lot of innovations, starting out from adjourned games back in the 90s, I think, which means that we were playing games which stopped at some point, and an hour later we were continuing that. But those were completely demolished. It doesn't have it anymore, and it's obviously you cannot have it, because if you have a computer help in the break, then it would just lead the game completely different direction, and it wouldn't be fair. And then later on, another big change was the time control. When before we had the analog chess clocks, you had a certain amount of time for the whole game, which meant that sometimes for the people who couldn't make good time management, they were in time trouble. So because of this, they invented the Fischer chess clock, which is giving additional time after every move you make on the board. And of course, the biggest change and the biggest revolution which caused in chess is the analyzing engines and artificial intelligence, AlphaZero, which is very interesting that it gives such an interesting ideas and strategies that even the world champion is looking those games, and he's implementing the ideas of the artificial intelligence himself.
I have to ask this because I'm really curious. So how does this change affect the players? I guess for some it's easier, but for some it's harder, right?
I believe that many of the older generation players, they fell out because they were not able to adjust their mindset to the engines, to the everyday new concepts. It's just very difficult. So this is why in chess it's becoming a younger and younger sport. Because in one hand, as a chess player, you can play chess when you're 50 or 60 or 70, right?
Sure.
It's not a matter of age, it's not a physical sport.
Sure.
At the same time, you have to have your mindset very much open to all the technological ideas and helps, and those are sometimes difficult for the older generations.
Well, I can imagine. Your method and everything you do is full of creativity, and you already said that it is a big part of your life. Why is it important to you?
I think that's how I grew up. My father was always very creative and innovative, and he always wanted to go on his own route with his own ideas, and he had this belief, this perseverance, and I think that infected me somehow in my life. And I just like it. It gives me joy when I discover something, and to go into the details and to refine it, and all the smallest new discovery. It just makes me happy.
Okay, last question. You have two teenage sons. How creative are they? How creative is their generation? What do you see?
I think they can be very creative, but I think what is most important to be resilient for this generation, because you just have to be ready all the time for the unexpected.
Sure.
And so that's how your mindset has to be.
It's always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for this short but very fruitful conversation. See you back in the stage a little bit later, but until then, enjoy everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge applause, Judit Polgar. Thank you so much for helping me open the creativity and innovation talks that is coming up right now. We have a lot of really great presenters coming here on stage. We have videos, very colorful program for you. Our first presenter is a chess, creativity and digital mindset author and researcher. He was a creative director in several international advertising agencies. In the last years, among his interests, he researches the influence of computers and chess thinking and patterns. How exciting. His presentation is going to be named The Creative Code. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like a huge applause for Noah Manella.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Noah Manela, and as she mentioned, I used to be a creative director in a lot of creative advertising agencies, and I saw that creative people, they think that they possess a kind of divine spark, that God touched them. But I noticed that actually they operate quite a few patterns and techniques of creativity. About this, all these conclusions appear in my book, The Creative Code, that you see the image cover here of the book. So I want to divide my talk to a few chapters, and every chapter I call it a playground because I think creativity is a game, is an amusement park. And the first part is going on with our association. Association is a tight connection with creativity. And to understand this association, let's see this picture. What common people sees in this picture? They see Queen Elizabeth and they see the churchman beside her. But what we see in this picture, we see Queen on D8 and a bishop on G7. So our association is completely different. And we can play, we can manipulate this association for creative sake. Let's see how we can play with our association. Steve Jobs said, everything has started with a little mouse. Everybody understands what mouse is talking about, right? But I have a surprise for you. This sentence wasn't told by Steve Jobs. He was told by Walt Disney. And now it's completely different mouse in your head, in your brain, right? So we can play with this thing. Of course, now the mouse is Mickey Mouse, right? So let's see how can we manipulate such association in a, I would say, in a creative way. This is snails. Let's see the videos of these snails, and we will talk about it. Let's see the video. All we see here, it's two snails come to each other. It looks like a National Geographic movie about snails, about crocodile, about snakes, right? We saw thousands like this. But the artist, Nadav Bagim, he took this snail, and what he did, he just put music to this snail. And suddenly, we are not in a National Geographic, we are in Netflix, in quite in a sensual movie. Let's see it. A story of love. Oh, sorry, let's take it. Let's see this video. With sound, please. So it's very easy to play with our association. Kirby Ferguson is a filmmaker and remixer. That's how he defines himself. He has a very interesting TED Talk about creativity. And he said, in creativity, there is nothing under the sun. Always, all the thing has been there for many years. Even the greatest artists, like Bob Dylan, they don't invent almost anything. Everything is something that you saw already, you copy it, and then you make a manipulation on it, like you make a transformation, and then you combine it in such a new environment, and then you get a new thing. And this is the issue. One is the thing that I would say characterize our era is the memes culture. And the memes working exactly like this. Let's see this guy. Bernie Sanders in Joe Biden's ceremony. He sits alone. Everybody see him like this. And the people on the social networks become starting to create memes after memes. So what they do, they copy Bernie Sanders, and then they make a transformation. They take the chair out, and they combine it in a new environment. Let's see a spar or a beam. And then you find Bernie Sanders here. And Bernie Sanders, he didn't know, but he also participated in the Pentagon riots, like this. And how it's connected to chess? Bernie Sanders loved chess. So who he will play with? The Queen's Gambit. So it's going to chess, it's going inside chess, without chess. We see how it works, the creativity works, and how everybody can operate these patterns. You don't need a divine spark that leads you. We live in a visual world. TikTok, Instagram, the text is decreasing. So let's understand how we can attract people to our work by the shape, by the visual. This technique I call shape the shape. And shape the shape, the idea is replacing one object with another one based on their common shape. Okay? Let's see the work of John Steiner. She has a great book that's called Look-alike. And let's see this home. This home, nothing is what you see. Let's go to the window. I think that I see window, right? No. What we see is tea bags. Let's go to the entrance. Is it entrance? No, it's pretzels. Let's go to the fence. Is it fence? No, they are candles. So let's go to the wall. In the wall we can find Jewish matzah. And even in the side, there is a nice bishop stand there. So nothing like as we think in the immediate when we see it. This is a very common creative technique in advertising. Why? Because it attracts attention. Let's see an advertising by Ariston. They have a laundry machine, and they call this laundry machine Aqualtis, ocean. So now the creative man sees it and said, okay, this is ocean, so I can turn the clothes into sea creatures. Look this beautiful ad. Let's see this video. With the volume.
Deeply different.
So people are attracted to this stuff. And how simple to do it, this guy in TikTok, he just learned us how to operate this technique in TikTok. In 10 seconds you understand everything. What we see a guy that fly and drink champagne in an airplane, right? Let's see where is he. Let's see this video. How simple is it? Everybody can do it, only you think like this. If you think like this, you can operate it. And it's very easy to adapt it. My second playground is called subtraction. Subtraction is a challenge for our brain, for our organized brain, that like to catch the world, to perceive the world in an organized fashion, like the Gestalt. And what we can do to shake this organized brain is play with the components. And one of the great, I think, most beautiful technique is to take some component out. And when you have emptiness, the brain is going to this emptiness and try to understand what's going on. Because the human brain differs the world around us, as I said, in an organized fashion. So we are dissembling this world. And when we are dissembling, sometimes the message, the idea penetrates deeper into our subconscious. In this ad, in this advertising, they want to convince us to fasten seatbelt in the car. So let's see what they subtracted. They made a very simple choice. They subtracted the car. And why they did it? Because we don't want to see crashing people and blood. We're afraid. So they decided to subtract the car. When we take something out, new possibilities, new perspective are opened up. Now imagine that we subtract one of our senses, the sense of sight. What we can do when we are blind. So Tommy Edison is a social network sensation. He's a blind man, but he's a blind film critic. He sees movies in his brain only by sound, and he gives us critics, and he pointed out things that we never thinking about. It's imagine, just go to YouTube and follow this imagined guy, Tommy Edison. And it works exactly in chess. This, let's say, subtraction is this very strong motive in chess studies. Let's see this works of Kozlovsky from 1931. White want to win this position, but if he will play G7 right now, the rook will go from F8 to C8, and there is a draw position. White is stuck. But White has an idea to subtract one of his pieces. So he gives a check in G7, on G7. The king takes the bishop. He goes to H7. The king returns. And now we have exactly the same position, but without the bishop. So we have new opportunities, new possibilities. We go with the pawn to G7. The rook must escape. And now the H8 is a free square, and we can win easily. So all you have to do is to think in such a way. The last playground is to remix the natural order. When something is done many times, it becomes a pattern. And when we have a pattern, we have opportunity. Always, when we have a pattern, when we have a fixation, there is opportunity for creative. Even for AI. Ask AlphaZero if you don't believe me. This is exactly. AlphaZero plays with no patterns, and he plays so creative. But Google has another, a kind of AlphaZero, but not in chess, in script. Let's talk about this. There is a series, a very famous series of movies that called Stargate. And the actors of Stargate will reunite in the 6th of November, next month, to a new episode, but the twist in the plot is that this episode wasn't written by a script writer. It was written by, let's say, Alpha Zero of the movies. And it's amazing, this thing. And the script will be written by Google AI that fitted with all the patterns of the aforementioned writers that wrote all this film. He identified the patterns, the AI, and he said, I can do it. So it will be very interesting to see his idea, 6th of November. And my last, I will jump on this, and I want to finish with chess, how you can remix the natural order with this beautiful example of Vishy Anand in this position. And in this position, he asked himself, what I can do with the bishop. I want to connect my rooks, where to locate this bishop. And this bishop looks very strong on the C1, H6 diagonal. But Vishy played the shocking bishop to A3. And he said, look how he's behave like the AI, like Alpha Zero. He said, I was looking for a good place for my bishop. I couldn't find one, so I park him, meanwhile, in A3. And this is amazing thinking. By the way, if you put this position now to Stockfish, he doesn't like the bishop A3, but I like the way Vishy Anand thought about it. This is the big issue. If you want to see Michael Adams lost this game after only, I think, 12 moves, and you can see the main hero of the battle is the bishop that back to business after A3, C1, G5, F6. So he only parked temporarily on A3. Beautiful mechanism, human mechanism of computer, of engines by Vishy Anand. So to conclude my talk, creativity, contrary to common belief, doesn't happen outside the box. Surprisingly, it's inside the box, but it's a different box. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed.
Noam Manella, ladies and gentlemen, one more big applause. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you so much. And now back to the wonderful music. You've probably heard this tango before in films like Scent of a Woman by Al Pacino or True Lies by Arnold Schwarzenegger. Huga has adapted Por una cabeza to narrate a game between Judit Polgar and Gary Gasparov at Dos Hermanos, Spain, 1996. Big applause for the lovely artist.
Por una cabeza. Por una cabeza de un noble potrillo que justo en la octava ganará el final. Qué partida cruel parece decir, olvidaste hermana cómo se debe empatar. Una siciliana, Nagdorf-Scheveningen, contra esa risueña y feroz mujer que al jugar sonriendo al ataque va diciendo, si es que aflojas Garry, hoy vas a perder. Sacrifica, ¿qué importa? tantos desengaños por ese potrillo. Ya juro 1000 veces, no vuelvo a insistir. Pero si se da, volverá a atacar. Su corcel de fuego otra vez quiere entregar. Arrancó la timba, morfa telequino. Un final reñido, tablazo perder. Pero si no acierta la maniobra defensiva, Garry se la juega, ¿qué le vamos a hacer? Por una cabeza, todas las locuras. Por una cabeza, única jugada, calma la amargura. Colgaban las piezas, si ella sacrifica, ¿qué importa perder 1001 partidas? ¿Para qué jugar? Muchas gracias. Laszlo Lakatos, el piano. From Argentina.
Thank you so very much, Hugo. Once again, a wonderful production, and we will be happy to welcome you back. Our next presenter is a software engineering manager, technology evangelist, and chess enthusiast. Ashwin is a software engineering manager in the high-tech industry, leading a large team of engineers to deliver mission-critical enterprise software. He is from Bangalore, India, and is an avid chess enthusiast. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge applause for Ashwin Subramanian.
Thank you. I'm very excited and honored to be here all the way from India for the Global Chess Festival to talk about one of my favorite topics, biofeedback in chess. In 1990, my father actually gave me a very special gift, one of the best that I ever received in my life, a personal computer. In the same year, the Kasparov-Karpov match actually drew me closer and deeper into the game of chess. And this personal computer quickly became my favorite sparring partner. And as you can see, this pretty much influenced the rest of my life and career. I'm a software engineering manager by profession. I've been in love with chess and technology for over 30 years now. And my best chess accomplishment is winning the 2018 ACO World Amateur Chess Championship. My objective with this talk is to share learnings and inspire action around biofeedback in chess. I'll start with talking about what biofeedback is and why. And then we'll move on to my experiments and learnings with eye tracking, tracking heart rate and calories, and then finally I'll close with heart rate variability. Let's begin by talking about what biofeedback is and why is it relevant in the context of chess. Before I define biofeedback, I'd like to remind you that you can only improve what you measure. And what biofeedback helps you do is essentially use sensors to measure bodily functions that you intend to improve. It could be something as simple as your heart rate, temperature, calories, and so on. So I wondered if biofeedback could actually be used to help make chess more interesting for its audience and also help players improve with the additional information that you can get out of biofeedback. So I spoke to a series of top players, and here is what they had to say. If you look at Viswanathan Anand, he said it's very interesting and you have to keep innovating to actually get your audience interested in the game or keep your audience interested in the game. Anish was particularly excited about eye tracking. Wesley So is one of the top players who's won a Fitbit watch on many occasions, including the Chess 960 World Chess Championship. And he thought it would be very interesting for the audience to see how the chess player's heart rate is affected during the game. Levon, on the other hand, he was not very keen about these measurements at all. But he was very open to the idea of everybody did it and people enjoyed it. But he did say one interesting thing. He said that he would love to use this type of information for improvement purposes. Hikaru had a very interesting perspective. He said chess is a game where, it's not just about the moves, and it's very important to get the audience to understand that it's about the stress you put on your opponent. And now with biofeedback, you can actually see that stress visibly. Magnus thought the audience would probably enjoy how the chess player's heart rate is increasing, maybe when they play against him, and whatever else can be measured. He was very open to measuring that. And finally, the way Ilya puts it is very interesting. Chess matches can be really dramatic, and biofeedback information can really help the audience get deeper into the game. And it's not enough to know what the best move is anymore, like what the engines can see. It's very important for you to understand what the grandmaster is thinking or maybe even feeling. So I decided that, my hypothesis is basically that biofeedback can help demystify chess, both for the audience as well as the player. And I decided to do a series of experiments using sensors for eye tracking, heart rate and calories using a watch, and then also measure my heart rate variability using an ear clip. Let's begin with eye tracking. Okay. So what they observed after that was absolutely fascinating. They saw that while the defender was looking at the ball for 99% of the time, Ronaldo was equally looking at the ball, the defender, as well as the area surrounding him. Professional players look and seek information in very different ways. Eye tracking has been tried at top-level chess before in the Pro Chess League in 2019, and the audience and the commentators absolutely loved calling upon the eye tracking information on demand for additional insight. So the Tobii eye tracker that they used is a very simple device which basically clips onto any monitor or laptop screen, and you have an eye tracker that's available to you. And it lets the audience see what you are seeing as the streamer or the player. This is extensively used by streamers both in YouTube and in Twitch to show their audience what they are seeing when they are gaming. And they can show it in various different forms, like the bubble, the solid blob, a heat map, or even a spotlight. So I decided to play a series of games with eye tracking myself. And this is a position where, my opponent's queen on c8 is actually looking at the pawn on h3, and I completely missed that. The red marker that you see over there is basically where my eyes are looking at. And when I play the video, and when I realized that I had missed queen takes h3, just look at my expression. So the first part of the video is a bit faster than it really is, in the interest of time. So carefully observe now what happens when I realize that the queen can take h3. This is another position where I was completely winning, with 2 pawns up, but my opponent makes a very sneaky move. He plays b4, essentially shutting out my king. I knew that there was always rook f1 check, but I didn't see bishop c1 resulting in checkmate. Again, if you see my eyes never moved past a certain place in the game. Let me play that again. Yeah. So I completely missed bishop c1 check over here. So as you can see, Ding will never know while where Hikaru is looking, but with eye tracking information, you will. So with eye tracking, the audience can see where the players are seeing during the game. And as a player, you can actually see what you did not see after the game. Let's move on to tracking heart rate and calories. If you do a simple Google search for chess, heart rate and calories, you'll find a ton of articles, which clearly talk about why chess is such an intense sport. So I was very curious, how would chess actually affect my heart rate and my calories? So I decided to use a simple Apple Watch app that could actually beam my heart rate and calories onto my PC, and I could also get a lot of raw data that I could use to analyze. So I decided that I won't try this only with chess, but I'll also try this with a lot of other activities that are part of my day-to-day life. And, the results were very interesting. But before I show you the results, I want to also mention that my baseline resting heart rate is about 65. So I started, with measuring one of my most regular activities at work, official working meetings. If you see, my heart rate peaked at about 95 and I was burning about 236 calories an hour. When I did moderate yoga, my heart rate went up further, my calorie burn was very similar. My wife is a brilliant cook and my daughter has a very sharp taste, and I'm good at neither. So cooking is a cognitively demanding, high pressure activity for me, and as you can see, I burnt even more calories than doing moderate yoga. when I present to a large audience, my heart rate, it was very interesting to see my heart rate go up all the way to 120, and I burnt about 262 calories, and my heart rate is about 115 right now. And when I did intense yoga, it actually pushed both my heart rate and calories even further. And finally, when I worked on something with intense focus and cognitive load, you can see my calorie burn was higher than even intense yoga. And when I walked on a treadmill, my heart rate peaked at 147, and my calories peaked at about 462. When I played casual unrated chess, my heart rate was somewhere between 75 to 112. My calorie burn was between 250 to 350. But things went completely out of control when I played competitively. So this was one of the events where I actually finished second, but my heart rate peaked at 149, and I was burning more than 500 calories an hour, even more than when I was on a treadmill. Chess is indeed an intense sport. And you can see that even in between games, my heart rate never went down below 110, and my average heart rate was about 130. Fast forward 10 months, another tournament, and the story is no different. 500 calories an hour, a peak heart rate of 140. So if I put all this together, you can see that you can clearly burn a lot of calories just by thinking. And as Robert Sapolsky puts it, chess players can burn up to 6,000 calories per day, just from the physiological effects of stress and thinking. And a Netflix documentary which is beautifully made called Chess Explained confirms not only this, it also says that this is more than what a top professional tennis player could burn. Why is this the case? It's basically because the brain, while it's just 2% of the body's weight, it actually consumes more than 20% of the body's energy. And that's why it's really critical for you to eat right, to keep your energy levels highly stable. Magnus, for example, back in 2016 or 17, actually switched from drinking orange juice, to chocolate and regular milk, so that he has sustained energy release during games. This is a very interesting graph of a game between Hikaru and Magnus, a chess 960 match, which actually plots the heart rate trend. As you can see over here, Hikaru's heart rate keeps going up as his position worsens, and he runs out of time. Magnus's heart rate, on the other hand, is very stable. I thought such information would be very interesting and instructive both for the players as well as for the audience. But I was also very happy to see that it's not just my heart rate that gets pushed up to 140, but a top player's heart rate can also get pushed to that extent. So why does this happen? Competition induces significant amount of pressure, stress and anxiety, and it really causes our heart rate to go up. And it's because of our evolutionary fight or flight response. So it's very, very important to learn how to build resistance to stress as well as recover from it. Mental boot camps, where you practice putting yourself through stressful situations, just like, pilots go through it or people who are in trauma care and hospitals go through it, is very important for you to build resistance to stress. And both physical as well as mental training really helps you, optimize your cognitive functions even more. Breathing, for example, really helps you relax, lower stress and anxiety, and accelerate recovery. And this, I think, is a good transition for my next section, which is around heart rate variability. And heart rate variability, I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but it's one of the most important biomarkers that are emerging, and it can actually predict both your mental and physical health. It's a very simple concept. It's essentially the time difference between successive heartbeats. And as you can see, this time difference is actually variable, and hence the term heart rate variability. Now, it actually reflects our ability to respond and recover from stress. Higher your heart rate variability, the better your ability to recover and respond from stress. The good news is this is actually trainable just like any other muscles, and a lot of top professionals are actually starting to use it in order to improve both their training as well as actual performance. And before I talk about how to go about training your heart rate variability, I think it's important to understand that the heart-brain connection is bidirectional. Heart signals, which are almost 90%, we have always been taught that it's the brain that controls the heart. It's actually the other way around. Heart signals are 90% higher than signals from the brain to the heart. And these signals have a significant impact on functions like focus, problem solving, and decision making. Absolutely critical skills for chess. And one of the other important things to remember is that when you actually have positive emotions, these heart signals are very coherent between the heart and the brain, which enable higher cognitive functions. So HRV training is a very simple concept. It's a combination of resonance breathing, where you exhale a bit longer than you inhale, and visualize positive emotions so that you can optimize your cognitive function. So I decided I'm going to try some HRV training myself, and I practice this every single day for about 10 minutes per day, throughout the month of August. And as you can see, both my HRV training as well as my waking HRV went up. And multiple areas in my chess actually showed improvement during the same time frame. And these are areas where my nervous system had to be balanced, whether I was in a winning position or I was in a difficult situation where my resourcefulness were important. So my big question is, 10 years as world number 1, is Magnus Carlsen, is the big differentiator for Magnus Carlsen higher heart rate variability? So I'd like to leave you with a few noteworthy technologies. If you have an iPhone, you can convert it into an eye tracker using a simple app. Philips has very interesting technology which can actually measure your heart rate and breathing rate using any webcam. HRV used to require an ECG. Now you can simply use a smart ring, a smartphone, or any device like a specialized device to measure your heart rate, like the inner balance that you see here. And if you wear a watch like the Fitbit watch when you're sleeping, you can actually get very detailed sleep metrics which you can now connect to your chess performance if you would like. And one of the most important recent trends that's emerging is called emotion AI, and it helps you gain emotion insights very, very accurately from your biofeedback, and you cannot manipulate this. So consumer biofeedback is in its infancy, but it's actually growing rapidly. It's very important that we invest in this early. Just look at the last 5 years, how far smart watches have come as an example. Just imagine 5 to 10 years from now where these watches would go. So eye, heart rate, and calorie tracking could actually open big new doors for the game of chess, and HRV, I think, is a big differentiator. So I'd like to leave you with 3 ideas. One is integrate eye tracking and heart rate tracking on online platforms for audience as well as players, both for entertainment and improvement purposes. Eye tracking and heart rate tracking can also be leveraged for improving anti-cheating algorithms further. And you can actually combine both your biofeedback analytics with your chess analytics to make your entire analytics, for the game much more comprehensive. So I would leave you with this question: is biofeedback a supplement or even the breakthrough that chess requires in the next decade? And I would finally like to thank every one of these people who patiently looked at my presentation, gave me a lot of valuable feedback, asked me a lot of difficult questions to refine my slides. And I would like to particularly thank Judith for this wonderful opportunity to talk with all of you about my favorite topic, biofeedback in chess. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashwin, for this lovely presentation. Thank you very, very much. And now, once again, back to our beautiful artist. Hugo fell in love with tango after living a few years in Buenos Aires. This version of Malevaye, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, narrates the game where Judit Polgar beat Viswanathan Anand also at Dos Hermanas, Spain, 1999. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge applause for Hugo.
Malevaje. Decí por Dios que me has dado, que estoy tan clavado, no sé qué mover. Mi rey tiembla arrinconado, me mira sin comprender. Pieza de más, tu ataque es brutal, no hay nada que hacer. Sacrificaste caballos como si esto fuera gambito de rey. Enroque mal, mi rey en el centro, pintaba más seguro que acá. En un compás se abrió la columna G y clavaste la gran diagonal. Las 10 atacar torres demoníacas junto a ese alfil malevo y feroz. Ya no me falta para completar, quedar en Sutzban e hincarme a rezar. Después de ver tu B3 me desesperé, me puse a correr. Mi posición es perdida, cualquier jugada es mortal. Si yo que nunca aflojé, de noche angustiado, quiero abandonar. Decí por Dios que me has dado, que estoy tan clavado, no sé qué mover. La dama igual llegó con su ataque, con un compás tan hondo y sensual, que no fue más que verla y perder la fe, el coraje, el ansia jugar. Las vi atacar torres demoníacas junto a ese alfil malevo y feroz. Ya no me falta para completar, quedar en Sutzban e hincarme a rezar. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
So this is exactly what's happening right here. So I want you, after Rook G8, I'm going to give a quiz. So I want you to play all the way until it becomes very clear. Well, of course, we'll see that it's not the only move, but you will see and understand. So it's going to be a sequence of moves. So I'm going to give you like, maybe it's going to be a little bit long, but maybe some of you will straightforward go do it because you understand why is this a win. And we are going to be seeing the different alternatives. Absolutely. Okay, so you still have time to think about it. And I see I have different alternatives. Maybe this is the first example where I'm having, because I see it, how many different moves you offer. So I see in my backstage screen that what kind of offers we have and what you think, which move to play. And all of them are interesting ideas. At the same time, let's see, it's still, I made maybe too long the time set, but we're going to see just in a half a minute. Still, you can think, you can rethink if you made the right decision, or maybe it was something else which was better. I don't know, maybe you can think, how is it forced win? So this is sometimes when you have a much better position. Sometimes you have different winning ideas and you have to choose between the different alternatives, which is better. And many times even the top players have real challenge, like which win to choose, or I'm going to be, I'm winning anyway, so I can do this, I can do that, I can do all kinds of moves. But I can only suggest you that sometimes, or many times, it's advisable to focus and to make a decision, because sometimes you can save a lot of energy by playing a simplification and win the simplest way. So let's see what I'm talking about in this position. Knight d6 check, most of you got this right. And after king b8, of course, there is two ways of doing the simplification. And I think many of you started out with rook c8, but actually knight c8, rook c8, it doesn't matter. So you were right, all of you who were suggesting rook c8. Obviously, now you will know, because sometimes I don't know, but you know exactly whether you knew this, you saw it, you calculated all the way. But what is important in this position? Still to come with the king, because the king indeed can be an attacker, and an active king can be extremely powerful. And in this position, I was running all the way to f4, and it was important to stop the black pawn from moving ahead to e5, because I don't want it to exchange it for the d4 pawn, and with those exchange, the d5 pawn would be also passed pawn. Even though that probably instead of king f4, g4 is also a win, but this is the simplest win. So this is what I'm saying, that sometimes you have different alternatives to win the game. But if you can make it simpler for yourself, it's even better, because look what can happen. a5, I would probably just go b3. Black is in Zugzwang. Black has to be moving away with his king. I'm going to be controlling the center with the king. Black has to keep the control on e6, and then already I'm going to be pushing my pawn all the way, and I'm going to be exchanging my g pawn eventually to the e6 and to the d5, and white wins, right? So let's see the next position. Let's see the next position, what we have. This is going to be a very interesting situation. Let's talk about the position for now a little bit. This game was played already. I was not so little, and I was not as young as you guys, but I was playing already. This was, I think, already I was definitely adult, and I was playing with the world champion Anatoly Karpov. And in this position, if I would ask you, please answer to yourself, that what do you think, who has the more development advantage? Or you can text me also in the message if you want, just to evaluate the position, what do you think? Because it is important to understand that when you have an advantage in development, it means that you can also sacrifice something sometimes, or if you're fast enough, you can take advantage of that. Yeah, I see. That exactly, it's black who has the advantage in development. Why is that? It is pretty simple to say, because black already developed with all his pieces, her pieces in this situation. And of course, also don't forget that I castled already. At the same time, for white, white still has to be moving with his bishop in order to castle in the next move, right? But you think that, and Karpov was also thinking that he wants to castle as fast as possible. But how to do that? Sometimes it's possible to make what is the fastest way, right? Either you attack something, or you oppose with your opponent to try to exchange it, or just to develop with the piece, but then I have one move myself. So this is, for example, bishop a6 is something to consider for white, because if, let's say, I would be moving away with the rook to c7, white might be just castling, though the bishop on a6 might get in trouble. But for some reason, Karpov did not feel comfortable here with my c6 bishop standing right here on the diagonal, which is actually standing really cool, not only because it sees the knight and maybe I can even take it. Moreover, the unpleasant part can be if I play, for example, bishop d5, I can do, and the white queen can get in trouble. But also bishop on c6 is something that might support my b5 move and gain space. So this is something very important to know, that space advantage and development is very important. And now I'm playing with the black pieces, right? So usually if you play against Anatoly Karpov or a big champion, you don't have after move 15 advantage with black, or at least having dangers for white. So what did Karpov play? Karpov played bishop b5. And he was considering that if I'm going to be exchanging on b5, he did not castle yet, but I will not be able to make any such a useful move that can stop him to castle and put his king into safety. And in this position, it would be a great gain for white to eliminate the white square bishop, because suddenly the queen on b5 really blocks the b6 pawn. With my knight from d7, I will never get to d6 to kick out the queen from b5. So I didn't like this position. I want you to think about it, that in this position, I want you to make one move which was not gaining material, nor winning the game immediately, but I found a solution. I start the move. I want you to find two moves. It's going to be a sequence, okay? So think about it, 45 minutes for you. How did I make a move that strategically I get a very nice position, fantastic position, and positionally, Karpov, I'm sure he was just shaking his head and he was not happy, I must say, when he saw the move. So actually, the last move of Karpov, we can say it was absolutely a blunder, positional blunder. So let's see, you still have 15 seconds. You still have 15 seconds. So let's see. Okay, so wow, I have 8 different answers. Yes, indeed, the position is very difficult. And I can tell you that practically all the suggestions has its point. But I tell you which is the best one. The best move is to play bishop b4 check. So I can do this move because I have my pawn on a5. And after a takes b4, bishop takes b5. So now you can ask that, come on, it was just an exchange of bishops. I gave up my black square bishop and white had to give up his white square bishop. So what's the big deal? It was just an exchange. I'm not having a pawn up. I'm not having a winning position. Nothing really happened. It's just an exchange, right? But it's not exactly the case. And I tell you why it's not, because now I have a b5 bishop, which absolutely has a much stronger power than the b2 for white. White will never castle short in this game. I can assure you. And this is what happened in the game. I did not allow Karpov to put his king into safety. But still, white can go b takes a5, and I cannot take back on a5 because look, my bishop is hanging, right? So I have to make an intermediate move. You know what? I'm going to be asking you playing the move which I played, because this is still very important. And this is the consequence of the previous move. It's a sequence which has to be seen ahead in order to be able to play the previous bishop b4 check. And I see most of you really understand it very well. Yes, exactly. It is an intermediate move. So you have to make something before you're able to capture back the a5 pawn, because the b5 bishop is under attack, right? So you have to move somehow your bishop away in order to capture the a5 pawn back again. So just a few seconds, And okay, let's see what's the move. Bishop c4 is the move. So I'm attacking the queen. White has no time to take with the pawn, has to be moving away to a3. And then I captured d takes a5. And in this position, it was a long game, and trust me, Karpov was fighting for his life really heavily. But in this position, I think I'm not going to be showing you longer because it was still another 20 moves or 20-something moves. Still, I had to be playing very well. But strategically and positionally, white is in big trouble because white cannot put his king into safety. And my bishop on c4 is much stronger than the bishop on b2. So this is also something I can suggest you, that when you don't know, for example, how to continue a game, then just sit and start evaluating the pieces. And in this position, you can see that white cannot castle. This is already something that is black's advantage. Also, the bishops is clearly an advantage. And the other pieces, generally speaking, are quite okay for both colors. So it means that black is better. Let's go to the next example we are having. Oh, this was a fun game of mine. This is going to be fun to explain it to you. This was the tournament I played in 1994. Well, definitely in a year where all of you were not born yet, but I was still 17, 18 years old at the time. And this tournament was extremely special because it was a themed tournament, which means that it was a Sicilian tournament. Everybody had to be playing the first 3 moves with white, e4, knight f3, and after that d4. So this was very special because I was a very good player in the Sicilian. I was an expert, so I was just flourishing. I won many different kind of games. I was so happy and it was so great and so on. And in this position, I was playing with the black pieces against Gata Kamsky, who was one of the top players at the time. Even now, he's playing pretty well on not the highest level, but still he's in the top 30 in the world. And in this position, his last move was d7. You can see if we also again observe the position and we see, okay, the bishop on h1 is really standing really badly, right? Because this f3 pawn is paralyzing that bishop. And the white king is also somewhat pretty shaky right now because you see all of it, that there is a check possibility for black. But still, white has some tricky ideas. And I tell you what kind of tricky idea white has. So if queen b1, white goes king h2, rook f2, king h3, and the idea of white was that if I go queen h1, he's going to be moving king to g4. And look, I have an extra rook on f2, but still e8 would be queening, right? So what could I do? This is the big question. Where did I go wrong then? Okay, so let's see what happens. Did the first move already was something wrong? So let's go back. And let me make a challenge for you that what do you think is the best move? So let's go until the point. Okay, so I give you 1 minute for the next sequence of moves. It's not easy, it's unexpected. Okay. I want you to think. I'm a little tricky by showing you the moves, so don't let yourself to mislead, okay? Wow, I have all kind of moves by you. So let's see what you have. Wow, this is the position when you gave the most different kind of move suggestions. It's difficult. I understand it's difficult, but sometimes the obvious things does not matter. because let's see what is the move. Okay? Let's see what's the move. Queen b1 is still good. Okay? So queen b1 is good. King h2. Don't forget that I should be careful because the pawn is going to be queening with a check. Okay? But it's also, for example, in this situation, it's important to understand that simply you have to learn calculate longer, because don't stop when things go wrong. Maybe if you just think one move ahead, it can make a difference. And this was the case, you know, with the chess engines also, for example, that many times when, let's say, before your time, like 10, 12 years ago, even 15 years ago, when the engines, the programs started to play chess, they could calculate only a certain number of moves. So if they were able to calculate maybe 6 moves, and if only in move 7 there was the great move which made change, then it gave a completely different evaluation than it's in reality in the game. So now I'm talking because I want to give you a little time. Still, okay, I played rook f2, king h3, and you know what I did? I give you another chance that it's this position. So I want you to think, okay, how would you do now that I was telling all these ideas? Again, please think about it. When in the second example, if you all remember when the king was standing in the middle of the board and I made something that it was stuck, it couldn't escape. So think about that right now, okay? So what do you play? You get 45 seconds for the 2-move sequence. Let's see. Let's see. I want you guys, girls and boys, to make the right move, to think about it. Is it such a big problem if white queens with the check? Is it the end of the world? Am I really have to resign after that? I remember I was very happy when I saw this, and I had to see this in advance before white's move, the initial position, which I started out to show you. I have again all kind of move suggestions, but in this position, I have to tell you there is only one move which leads to victory. And you should have seen my opponent who got really red on his face when he saw this move, because he thought that things are actually going good for him. So let's see what is the move. The problem is if I just want to go queen f5, the thing is white can go g4, and it's difficult for black to escape, because you cannot take on d7, because right now, look, I would get checkmated. So this is not fun. If I would be going queen f6, I think queen a5, for example, is a move, or queen c5, and white wants to go to c8. So even queen d4, by the way, can be a very interesting try, right? To make a double attack in a very strange way, attacking the rook and forcing the black queen to go away, but actually black would be losing. So in this position, queen f5 is not good. Previously, we were talking about taking the bishop with the check, which was also bad. But I can have time for my move h5. Look at this. Look at this move h5. What do you think about this? I just don't allow the white king to escape. I don't even care that white is giving a check or white is going to be queening. And look at this. White has 2 queens on the board. And I'm just smiling with my king on h7 and the queen on b1, because white, the black queen, is controlling the diagonal, so white cannot give a check to me. And white has to resign because he cannot get away from checkmate, because I'm right now threatening with many different ideas. Of course, the most simplest to take the bishop in the next move with the queen, but also it's enough to go to f1 only. And it happens very rarely that in a classical game, you can afford and offer to your opponent that have another queen, and I'm going to be still winning this. And so actually my opponent did not queen, but he played queen f8 check, and after king h7, he resigned the game. Okay, so this was a very nice example, which I was enjoying quite a bit when I was playing the game, because it doesn't happen for your opponent. And now I want to reach to the last example, which I collected for you, because I just love this. Already when I was very little, I liked very much a breakthrough. And I think this also has to do this idea that it is difficult. And this can happen also when you learn, when you study, or when you're actually improving in anything. It is very important to don't give up. Because in this position, it seems that black is actually saving the game. Why? It is clear that black is suffering from that position, because look, my pawn on a7, it's a passed pawn, right? But on the king side, I have only 2 pawns right here. So black's plan is, his last move was g5. So if I would be capturing h takes g5, takes, let's say I would take it again, then black has enough time to go to king b7. After that, he's going to be capturing on a7. And it's not going to be a win. White is still better, but it's not going to be a win. So let's go back to the very beginning. With one passed pawn here on a7, it seems that black is able to stop, right? But there is a move which I just want to ask you one move right now. There is one move which creates another passed pawn for white. And black will not be able, so the quiz starts, black will not be able to do anything against the 2 passed pawns. He can still keep control with the knight and the king, 1 passed pawn, but if you have 2 passed pawns, then black is not able to hold that. But of course, we have to think how much material I can offer in order to get the 2nd passed pawn to win the game. So let's see. Let's see. I did not give enough time. I think I have to admit that, but still I got some very good suggestions. And quite some of you knows this pattern. And please, the ones who know it, don't forget it. And those who didn't see this before, just remember. And you can check many of these kind of examples actually. And let's see what's the move. G4, G4. And I have to tell you that I was the one who won this game, but I also happened to be the suffering side in some other game of mine where my opponent was doing this kind of breakthrough. And the important thing is that if whatever happens, if black would be taking on G4, then also I would just be going H5. So let's see, I want to show you the line. Because you have to calculate also in this position quite a lot. So now black is defending. He wants to be taking one of my passed pawns, but I'm running with the other one. Black has to be playing knight d5 in order, I give it check. This is a very important move. And only after that, I start pushing the pawn. And now that my knight moved away from e4, white can go king e4. Black has to stop, right? Has to go to g6. And after that, my road is clear. I go here, I go knight e4 because I want to stop the pawn, and nothing can stop me taking on f6, taking on going to g7, and capture the knight because the poor black king was busy capturing my other pawn. So after king b6, king f6, king c6, king g7, I just queen my pawn, right? And I win. So this would be if black is capturing with the h pawn to g4, but my opponent, Almashi, after g4, he decided to go g takes h4. I also took on h5, and after king d7, h6 again. After that, knight d5, knight d6, king a7, h7, and quite similarly to the other one, but still I have to change a little bit in my technique, but still the main idea that I just have to stop black. If black's played h3, obviously I cannot go king g7 because he's going to be queening first. So I would even lose the game possibly, but I have an option to play knight d4, h2, and after that knight g3. I stop the black's pass pawn, and still black is suffering from having his king so far away, and nobody can stop me from playing king g7 and capturing on h8 the knight. So these were the examples which I wanted to share with you. I wanted you to see some of my thoughts, how I was implementing and what on the chessboard. And I'm using it nowadays a lot when I do, for example, organize the Global Chess Festival. I understand of the decisions I make, I have to take, and responsibility of the consequences. I never give up. I always fight for my ideas if I want to make it. And I do many other things which I translate from the chessboard into the daily activities I'm doing. So I do hope that you're going to be great chess ambassadors for the environment. And I wish you that you're going to be playing the games, a little tournament shortly after this. But thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed this class. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Judith. So nice to see how you yourself implemented all these things. And I'm seeing a lot of thank you messages in the chat. It was so great to see so many of you in the class. And now, if you have any questions for Judith, I believe you have 15 minutes roughly to...
Actually, yeah, I have, but I think the kids should be leaving in 10 minutes at least. But for a few questions, if you have, I can definitely answer.
So there's one question already from Mohammed, and he is asking, Judith, how did you learn this kind of patterns?
I learned it that I was practicing a lot. You know, I had, when I was a kid, there was many books that my father was giving me or setting up himself the positions, and also trainers. For example, we had on the wall a big board, and we had 30 little chessboards on it. I think in the cartoon movie, it also showed. I'm not sure, but I think it showed. And there, after every lesson, when the coach came, they put all kinds of chess puzzles on the wall. So whenever we had a free time together with Sophia, we were just sitting there watching the positions and thinking and writing them down. Of course, nowadays, probably many of you don't even understand. It sounds very strange when you can do it on the screen, right? So you can practice a lot on different platforms to test your pattern recognition. And I think it's good if you try to focus sometimes only on one pattern. For example, breakthrough. Look 10, 15, 20, 100 examples, and then it will burn into your head that it's not important only to understand, but it is very important to practice it as much that you're going to be able to implement it. Because that's a passive knowledge, and active knowledge, that's a different story.
Very nice. Question from Jan, a very practical question. How do we join the tournament at 2 o'clock?
Sorry?
How do we join? A very practical question about how they join the tournament.
The kids who were invited to this lesson, they got a link to another Chessable classroom where there's an opportunity to have the tournament mode as well. So they are going to be leaving very shortly. And actually, I think I also have to leave in 2 minutes or so. I don't think I have so much time. And
then 2 very final quick questions from the chat. M. Bjarki would like to know, what's the best game you have played?
Wow. One of the games I played and I remember the most is my game against Shiro. I played in the same tournament in Buenos Aires, where I just showed the game of my game against Kamsky.
Okay. And a final question, maybe. Unfortunately, there's not time for all the questions, but from VG Monkey, about what time should players wake up? What was your routine, I think, when you were young, and how much, a similar question, how much did you study chess each day when you were 8 or 9 years old?
Well, I didn't go to school. I was homeschooled. And so I was starting with 10, 15 minutes when I was 5.5, and then it got more and more and more. Mm-hmm. So I ended up having 8, 10 hours a day when I became professional.
That's a lot of hours. Judith, thank you so much for that. Will Noam be joining from where you are right now, or he will be entering the classroom himself? Just
1 second. I think he should be soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So please give him a little time to connect. Is it who is going to connect? Sorry.
Noam.
Noam. Yeah. Give him a few minutes, and he's going to collect.
Okay. Fantastic, Judith. Thank you so very much. And to all the kids who are going to play in the tournament, best of luck. Bye, Judith. So yeah.
Bye.
It was so great to see you all, everybody, in the lesson. Let me know, are most of you playing in the tournament at 2 o'clock? You can let me know either in the chat, or if you'd like to unmute yourself for a second and answer the question, you can do that as well.
Is it by invite or no?
I think it's by invite, but if you received the invite, I think it's by invite, but you could check. Maybe if Luciana is in the chat, check with her. But yeah, I think this is by invite. But if you were invited to this class, you should also have received the invitation to the tournament.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. But then there's a lot more stuff. Even if you stick around here, we have a lot more lectures to look forward to. Did you want to say something? You unmuted yourself? No, I think not. So we have a lot more lectures and masterclasses to look forward to here. Next up will be and actually, M. Lachi, who was just asking about the tournament. So the link is in the chat now. If you received the invitation, so you can click that link, and that's the link to the tournament. Now let me see. So we will have next up, we will be joined, and I'm very much looking forward to this one. I know I say it for everyone, but we have some very exciting guests today. Next up will be Noam Manella, who will be also joining us from Budapest. And Noam, he is an author. He is also a
important part of chess community. Women empowerment. FIDE announced next year, 2022, is a year of women's chess, and we are planning large-scale activities all around, increased prize funds, and even higher involvement of women into the management of chess. So join us in this effort. And Judith is an excellent example of a lady, a great chess player, one of the best chess players in the world, who started her own projects in chess with chess communities, and is helping us to manage chess at the international level. Finally, I would like to mention our program for veterans, Active Aging. We are trying to help people who devoted their careers to chess and are eager to continue enjoying chess and pass their knowledge and skills to younger generations. We'll continue doing so in the future. Good luck to the festival. Enjoy Budapest and enjoy your time with your chess friends. And let's work together to implement those interesting projects, very challenging projects, and achieve our ambitious goals.
Thank you so much to President Arkady Dvorkovich for the words. It was really great to have him here with us as well through video. We are going to soon start the Educational Chess Summit. Yay! I can imagine you are so much looking forward to that. Leoncio Garcia is arriving on the stage very, very soon. But before that, goes to Kenneth Rogoff, a chess grandmaster and professor of economics. His special gift was noted by none other than Bobby Fischer, who watched him play in the US Junior Championship. In a talk with Judit, Ken Rogoff shares some of his most memorable victories on the chessboard and find out how he believes chess can help scientists. Unfortunately, we cannot give this award personally, but this is the award that Kenneth is going to receive. So a big applause for him too. He definitely deserves it. Congratulations. Who would be a more deserved recipient of the Goodwill Ambassador of Chess Award for Sport than a 5-time world champion, Viswanathan Anand? Over the years, Judit Polgar and Viswanathan Anand played countless games in their talk. Anand speaks about his journey in the chess world, the turning points in his career, and the great support of his wife, Aruna. The most miserable moments, the ups and downs, his new chess academy, and the future of chess. An inciting conversation between two inspiring chess personalities. Unfortunately, again, we cannot give the award. But we made an interview that you can check on YouTube with our great awardees, of course together with Rogoff. So that's an opportunity for you if you would like to see that. And now, last but definitely not least, and thank you for the colleagues of mine in the back, the Goodwill Ambassador of Chess in Education is given to Jerry Nash. As National Chess Education Consultant for the Alabama Chess in Schools initiative, Jerry Nash believes in the power of chess to enable student success both in and out of the classroom. Mr. Nash has emerged as a leader in the growing international chess in education movement, and in 2021, he joined the FIDE Edu strategic group with outlining FIDE's goals and strategies for chess in education over the next 4 years. Ladies and gentlemen, a big applause for Jerry Nash. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you, Judith, very much. One more big applause for Judit Polgar as well. Thank you for helping me give out the awards. And ladies and gentlemen, this was now the end of the creativity and innovation talks. And now we are heading on slowly but surely to the Educational Chess Summit that I will be handing over the moderation to my lovely colleague. But before that, let me quickly remind you of the opportunities that you still have left. At 2:30, Judith is going to, you will have the opportunity actually to meet Judit Polgar up straight at the end of the stairs. You just walk up there to the Morgan Stanley Cafe, and there you have the chance to meet her and get some signatures or maybe photographs. While you are still here with us, you still have the chance to look around the National Art Gallery as our main venue today. We have exhibitions for you as well, 30 minutes, all of them. There are still 2 to join. And now we still have the craft work opportunity for you, and of course for the kids. If you wish to use that, it's still open straight until 5 o'clock at least. And now we will be welcoming Leoncio Garcia as the moderator of the next event. Let me tell you a few words about him, because he has a really successful and very colorful career. Leoncio Garcia works as a chess journalist and lecturer since 1983. Since 1983, he has been giving knowledge to all the people around him. Counselor of FIDE on educational chess, he has trained or given lectures to more than 30,000 teachers in 30 countries. He has been awarded with the Medal of Merit by the Spanish government and included in FIDE's Golden Book in appreciation of his excellent contributions to development of chess in the world. In FIDE, besides being a counselor, he is a member of the Strategy Group for Chess in Education. After surveying all 195 member countries, they have designed the strategy for the next 5 years. And don't forget, during this educational summit, we will have another conversation, another video played in, where the 2 very, very famous, and I think we can honestly be proud of, the 2 great people from Hungary, Judit Polgar and Ernő Rubik, had some other topics to discuss. So during this summit, you will have the chance to speak, to hear them speak about some new topics as well. And straight before I pass the word on to my colleague Leoncio, I would still like to remind you that until 2:30, which means that you still have some time to check the Chess PE, which is the Czech physical education that we have talked about in the previous parts of our festival. You have the chance to try some craft working, plus until, well, at 3 o'clock we will have the Morgan Stanley Play and Code program, and that is a 90-minute program for you. We will have a simultan with Judit Polgar from 3 till 4:30. I think that is, well, looking to be a very, very interesting and great part of the day as well. And now, in 26 minutes, less than 30 minutes, you still have the chance to meet Judit straight by the Morgan Stanley Cafe. And now, we will very soon continue with the Educational Summit. Please don't go anywhere, because in just a few minutes, we will continue our program. Thank you. You're here? I can go on? Ladies and gentlemen, Leoncio Garcia works as a chess journalist, lecturer since 1983. He's a counselor of FIDE on educational chess, and he has done a survey in 195 member countries, and they have designed the strategy for the next 5 years. But I think it's much more interesting if he's the one to tell you all this. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chess in education expert and the host of the Educational Chess Summit, Leoncio Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Edith. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for coming to this Educational Chess Summit organized by the Judit Polgar Foundation. And of course, a very warm welcome, greetings to the big audience following us from all over the world. We are at the beautiful National Gallery in Budapest. Let me tell you something really important to start with. Just playing chess can be very educational because you develop a lot of skills, abilities, and capabilities. But it is much better if you use chess as an educational tool, especially if this is done by professional school teachers. And that's why we are here, and that's what we are going to talk about in the next 3.5 hours. To start with, we have the European Parliament. 415 of its members recommended chess as an educational tool to all country members. That happened in 2012, and since then, both the Parliament and the European Commission has supported chess strongly several times. That's why we have a very exciting video from Maria Gabriel, member of the European Commission.
Dear Judith, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot be there with you to enjoy the Global Chess Festival, but I did not want to miss this chance to send a word of encouragement to all of you. As Judith put it at the last European Education Summit, chess has it all: education, culture, youth, sport, and a great deal of innovation. Games are a fundamental part of what makes us human. We learn the rules, we play together, we develop playing cultures and metagames. And we break those metagames, innovating on how we play the game. To see this in action is to understand how so much of our culture ends up thriving through play. In school, in the pitch, in youth organizations, or in the artist's atelier. This should come as no surprise. The Latin ludos, after all, means not just play, but also sport, school, and practice. To fit chess into education is, in my opinion, to fit a glove in our hand. It just makes sense. Our very own school education gateway includes resources on game-based learning. I believe that playing can be hugely influential in young people's learning, especially when it has an impact on pedagogy. And during COVID-19, we saw how useful these pedagogies were, especially helping us adapt to distance learning. If you are going to look at a screen for 8 hours, and if you cannot play outside with your friends, maybe a game is just what you need to stay focused and learn, all while developing critical thinking, an entrepreneurial spirit, and the creativity you need to win. My friends, I can only encourage you to engage with the opportunities of the European education area and the Erasmus Plus program. I certainly hope that our Erasmus Plus teacher academies will engage with your Chess Palace approach. These academies will help teachers develop and engage with new pedagogies, and game-based learning has a big part to play there. I wish I could be there with you to participate in all the exciting discussions you will have. You have my full support, and have a wonderful festival.
That was very inspiring indeed. And talking about inspiration, that decision from the European Parliament in 2012 inspired several countries to follow the recommendation. Among them, Hungary, we will talk about it later, and my country in Spain. This is what I call the miracle at the Spanish Parliament on February 11, 2015. Can you believe it? All political parties, with no exception, agreed on something. And that something was supporting chess as an educational tool. I can tell you that that afternoon I was very tempted to call the Vatican, just in case, to tell them that, you know, a miracle is happening at the Spanish Parliament. Well, anyway, now, let me tell you now, I have to introduce a very relevant person in the chess world and also in educational chess. The first time I met Dana Reizniece-Osola was Baku 2016 Chess Olympiad, because she won her game against the female world champion, Hu Yifan from China. I was very impressed, but not only by the quality of the game, but also the very interesting things she told me, and especially because at that moment she was finance minister at her country, Latvia. Well, as you can imagine, being a minister and at the same time beating the world champion is not something that it happens every year or even every decade. And by the way, she was also a member of the European Parliament as well. Now, I can say that she is my boss because she is managing director in FIDE, among other jobs. And I can tell you, because I have been working closely to her, that she is doing a fantastic job. She is supporting educational chess from day one. Welcome, Dana Reizniece-Osola.
Magnificent, Judith. All the ladies and gentlemen who are following this educational conference online and offline, I am truly honored to be part of this event because I believe in chess, and even more so, I believe in chess in education and in its power. So, you know that Albert Einstein has said that true education is the thing that still remains in your head after you have forgotten everything that you have been learning in the school. So it's a great challenge actually to consider what are the elements needed to make the education relevant, intellectually stimulating, emotionally appealing, and also sustainable. And today I would like to raise only 3 elements that I think when we consider the current or modern education have to be kept into the mind. The global trends that have the impact on its quality and on its form, and we have to consider also when we think of how chess can benefit and can be used in it. So first, it is the inequality and poverty. You know that especially due to the pandemic, 70% of the global world does face the increasing inequality. It's 230 million people, even more so, the kids who go to the school but never acquire the basic reading and counting skills. It is 63 countries where female young ladies, because of their low-level income, they never get their full access to the education, which means that all those people, all those kids, all these youths, they never get the basic skills so that to be able, or basic tools, so that to be able to climb the social ladder in their life. So in this situation, this context, such organizations, international organizations like FIDE, that has a brilliant instrument in their hands, have to find the ways how to reach out to these less fortunate ones, how to empower them, how to give the chance to educate. And chess is an excellent tool for that. And that is why I'm so happy that FIDE as well. We're trying to put our little slice in this story with such projects like Chess for Refugees, educating the young ladies in Kakuma camp, giving them not only the chess skills but also life building skills, giving the very important sense of belonging to the vast chess community. We are the human beings who like to have this feeling of belonging to somebody. It gives you the clear stance, it gives you the bravery to achieve the goals others are only thinking of. The second one, it is the migration trends and the necessity to integrate people coming from, and kids especially coming from different cultural backgrounds, from different social backgrounds. And it is a great task of the educational systems actually to deal with that. There are amazing experiences in such countries like Sweden. I'm sure that Jesper will tell you more of his experience. Many other countries. I recently visited Spain, the Blames school next to Barcelona. When I entered the school, and whatever door I was opening, they really used chess for teaching language, mathematics, sports, and they didn't know that my visit is planned prior to that. So the principal of the school told me that by using chess, they've got not only a very entertaining tool to educate the kids with, but chess as a game gives very important social skills to the kids, like interacting with another human being, like acceptance and respect to the opponent, like patience. You really have to wait for your opponent to make a move before you make yours. Like fair play, something that we should actually keep stronger in our sport development of chess, the sportive world of chess as well. So this is only one example of many that we can see that using chess and the game element of it can create a strong case for integration and better societies. The third element, it is the
F is the dynamic factors, and that's what we learn from them. We've been very materialistic, and now we understand that dynamic factors are worth so much. And this is, I think, the lesson from AlphaZero battle with Stockfish. We all saw it.
Yes, absolutely. What a match that was. And I think for sure we can all take a lot of things from the engines. But as you mentioned, I think these days they are inspiring us more and more and coming up with new ideas. So Noam, thank you very much for that very interesting class. And I will let you go and enjoy the rest of the festivities in Budapest. Thank you so much for this masterclass. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Bye-bye.
No problem at all. Bye. Thank you. Thank you so much. And so that was really, really interesting to hear about the computers and creativity and chess. And I think next up, we will have Anna Muzichuk, one of the world's leading women players, Grandmaster Anna Muzichuk, former World Rapid and Blitz champion. I see Anna is in the classroom. And Anna, you can let me know if you're ready or if you need a bit more time. Currently you're muted, so but I think she was quizzing in that last masterclass. So I think Anna is here. And wait, I saw her camera there. There she is. Anna, hello.
Hello, Fiona. Yeah, I tried just to see how it works and how the quiz work and how it will look.
Yeah, it was interesting. So let's see. Let me put you in charge. There we go. So a warm welcome to Anna. It's such a pleasure having you here with us today. And well, I'm looking forward to your class. It's quite a personal story, as I understand it.
Yes, hello Fiona, hello everyone, to all our viewers. And I'd like to start this class with a short story, which is actually connected to Judith. And I have to say the story happened in 1998, but it was just recently when I told it to Judith, and she was quite impressed by it, and I think it will be also interesting for the viewers to know it. So, as I have mentioned, the story happened in 1998. It was when I played European Youth Championship under 10. Sorry, I was 8 years old, but I played in the category under 10 because back then it was like the lowest category. Now we have under 8 youth European and World Championship, but back then it was starting from under 10, then under 12, 14, and so on. So I was 8. I played under 10, under 10 category. It was played in the city of Nuremberg in Austria. And before the tournament, it was announced that during the free day, there was a day off after 5 rounds. Judith will give simultaneous to the players who will be leading in each of the categories. So in the girls sections and also in the boys sections. So there were 5 categories. Under 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, and so 5 girls and 5 boys. And I really wanted, to lead after 5 rounds, because for me, from the very early age, I have to say that Judith was my inspiration. I liked the way how she played the games. I liked her aggressive style, and of course she was the role model. Yeah, she was the best female player, and I guess many girls wanted to try at least to reach what she has reached and to become the best. So I liked her style because I was also an aggressive player. I liked all these tactical things and tricks and so on, and I also wanted to be the best. So it was a great combination to follow. And it happened so that after 5 rounds, I was not leading. There was a girl, Laura, from Latvia. Maybe some of you know her. She's not that much active now, but from time to time she still keeps on playing the tournament, and her rating at the moment is around 2300. I believe, Fiona, you have heard about her, right?
I've heard about her, yeah. I think we are all more or less the same generation, so I remember Laura.
Yeah, true. So, and in the youth championship, she was always like one of the best girls. So she was always trying to fight for the top 3 places, and she was not an easy opponent to play against. I think she's 2 years older than me, so we didn't have an opportunity to play in the same groups later on. But this was the year when we could face each other. After 5 rounds, she was leading, and I think she had 5 out of 5, and I had 4.5 out of 5, so I was trying to chase her. And what I knew was that I would face her in the next round. And so I was upset that I didn't have a chance to play against Judith in the simultaneous because Laura was leading, but I still decided, to go there and to check how it's going and to see Judith. So anyway, it was quite exciting for me. And when I came here, I was mainly just, watching the games, seeing Judith. I was already happy that at least this was possible. But my father, he had a very interesting idea. He saw that Judith was playing against my opponent, my tomorrow's opponent, Laura, and he thought okay, he asked me, okay, Anna, come here, let's work this game. And we worked this game, and he said, what do you think? Maybe tomorrow we will play exactly the same line, like Judith plays today. And
that's such funny.
And I was like, why not? Back then I wasn't that much into the theory. Of course, I knew something. And I played quite decently, especially for this age. I saw this line for the first time in my life, and I thought, why not? I like the plans in this position, and it's active. So let's think about that. And what happened later on, I played exactly the same line which Judith played against Laura. The very next day, I won the game, and later on, I also won the championship. So I can say that partly thanks to Judith, I became the European Youth champion already for the second time, because I got my first title when I was 6 years old.
That's an incredible story.
Yes, I really like this story, and therefore I wanted to show this game for the beginning, because maybe the viewers who are watching us now will actually also like the plan and try exactly the same idea in their own games.
Sure, Anna, I will leave it to you. Take it away.
Yeah, just a second. I'll have to load. To load my pigeon.
Maybe one thing while you're loading the PGN, because Anna was talking about how she was already competing in the under-10s when she was 8. So just last week, Anna and I met at Sitges at the Women World Team Championship, and I interviewed Anna and I asked her at what age did she start playing, and I was shocked when she told me she started playing chess at 2 years old. Probably the youngest person that I know of. So it's not a surprise that at 8 years old, she was already getting inspired by Judith.
Yes, true. I started playing chess at a very early age. Basically, I started keeping the pieces in my hands maybe from the day I was born, because I remember my parents, they gave me some of the chess pieces. And I have to say that it's basically thanks to my parents, because they were chess players themselves. So when I was born, they thought like, okay, they would try to get me interested in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And if I like it, then they will continue. And it happened so that, yeah, I like the game, and I liked traveling, and I liked meeting new people, and I liked winning. So that's how it continued. And yeah, right now I am one of the best top female players for already more than 10 years. So I'm quite happy about it.
Quite the journey it has been, and indeed. And I look forward to seeing your game against Laura. So let's have a look. And I will mute myself. I would let you show us the game.
No, if you have something to add, or maybe some of our viewers have some additional questions, so just drop them in the chat, and I'll answer them. So, yeah, here is the game. I started with e4, c5, knight f3, d6, and here is the line which was not that popular at these days. But later on, I think many even top players like even Carlsen and many others tried it in their own game. So d4, c takes d4, and now of course knight d4 is the main move. But what Judith did, she took this pawn with the queen. And at the first glance, it may seem that it must be a mistake, because what we know from the very beginning, yeah, that we should develop the pieces and we shouldn't move our queen to the center on the first moves, because the queen would be attacked, and then we just lose some tempos. But here the idea is quite interesting. Knight c6 is the logical move, and it was played in the game. And Laura also played it when she played against Judith. So knight c6 was played. But now the queen doesn't go back, but we play bishop b5, pinning the knight, and developing the piece. Yeah, so the queen can be captured as the knight is pinned. Bishop d7 was played, also logical. Now the queen is hanging again. And now we take the knight. Bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6. And now we continue the development. Knight c3. So with knight c3, we are actually preparing the long castle. What we will do on the next move, we will put the bishop to g5 and then castle long, and then some ideas in the center like e5. And the problem may be that the queen is will be staying under the spin, and also white is quite ahead in development. So we gave the pair of bishop in the open position, what is not that good, but we have the advantage in the development. Knight f6 was played. This is quite logical. Black is also trying to develop their pieces. Bishop g5. Black continued with e6. Also quite logical. Black is preparing bishop e7 and castle short. So now I played a long castle, bishop e7. Here I brought another rook to the game, to the center, rook to e1. And I have to say that maybe all I knew about this position when I played this game is that after rook e1, my plan is to play queen to d2. Actually, rook e1 is an important move because it's protecting the pawn. Then I put the knight to the center on d4. And in case black castle is short, then I will start attacking with f4, g4, maybe e5, f5. I mean, it's quite a direct play and quite understandable one. So if black is not familiar with this line, it's actually it's a bit unpleasant to face it. So black should actually know what they are going to do, because if they don't know the plans, they may actually end up in a bad position, like what happened in this game, and also what happened when Judit played against Laura. So here my opponent decided that, okay, castling short may be a little bit too dangerous, because I have better control over the center, and my attack may be more dangerous than when she starts attacking. And she decided to castle long. So she played queen to c7. Now I played queen to d2 according to the plan. Maybe actually here I could wait with keeping the queen on the center, because black can't castle long as the pawn on a7 is hanging. I could make some other useful move, but I knew the plan and I stick to it. So when you have the plan, it's better to have at least some plan, even if it's wrong. It's better, the wrong plan is better than no plan at all. So I just played queen to d2. Now a long castle was played. I played knight d4, king b8. And maybe here I think I already started thinking on my own, because I think I didn't know the plan with castling long. And somehow I assumed that as black has castled long, the plan with f4 and f5 and g4 is basically not leading anywhere, because the king is not on g8, but the king is safer when white plays with this attack. So the king on b8 is not under this pawn. So I decided to think, and I came up with a new plan. So my thoughts were that this pawn may be too weak, and that's why I played bishop to f4. I have to say that it's not the blunder, because if black plays e5, attacking both of the pieces, I can take on c6 with the check, and then I can move my bishop. And when we have the pawns on the center, my pawn is on the light square and black's pawn is on the dark square, so that will mean that my bishop is better. E5 was not played in the game. My opponent decided to make. I didn't like this move so much because it's a bit passive. She played knight to e8, kind of overprotecting the d6 pawn. Maybe also she had the idea to put the bishop on f6, but with the knight on e8, you also block this rook. So maybe if black wanted to do something like that, maybe black could think about, I don't know, maybe some a6 move or whatever. But you know, actually after bishop f4, now we have the threat of knight b5 and then attacking this pawn, and we also have another threat, which is e5 at some moment. So attacking the knight and attacking the d6 pawn. That's why actually knight to e8 is quite quite a logical move. Maybe she still had to go e5 and then trade this. And okay, I believe white is better, but maybe this was a better try from black's perspective. Anyway, knight e8 was played, and now I played f3, threatening my e4 pawn, and now the bishop on c6 is really kind of doing nothing. King a8 was played, quite logical. Black is trying to unpin, and then after moving the queen, black is not under the spin anymore. And here I decided to regroup my pieces a little bit. I played queen to e3. Some of you might think that maybe now it's a blunder because e5 is kind of possible now, and after knight c6 there are maybe some intermediate move like e takes f4, attacking the knight and attacking the queen, but luckily not, because here we have queen a7, checkmate. So e5 again, it's not winning the piece. Black played rook c8 here, and I continued my regrouping with rook to d2. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to put this rook on d1, and with two rooks on the d file, the threats on the d6 pawn will be stronger. And now a6 was played. It's stopping knight b5 moves. I played rook e to d1. And here I believe black made a tactical mistake. Black played, sorry, not yet. Bishop d7 was played. Now I played knight b3, opening my rooks. And yes, here I think black made a mistake by playing h6. Now I would like to give you the first quiz. Please try to think about the ideas and what white can do here. So just a second. It's the first time I am doing this quiz. So let's give you 1 minute and a half. You will have to guess 3 moves. Try to find white's ideas. I actually don't know what you prefer, because some people prefer that that they are just trying to solve and nobody interrupts them. Some people prefer that, you know, to still keep on listening to some of the stories. So let me know what you think about that. I already see a couple of answers, and there are still 40 seconds. Okay, time is up. Let's take a look at this position and let's think in the right direction, because I see there were many of the ideas: knight b5, knight d5, bishop g3, bishop d6. Maybe we can even take a look at them. Bishop g3 is an interesting prophylactical move, but I don't think the bishop on f4 is actually so badly placed. Some ideas like knight b5 or knight d5, that are the typical ideas for the Sicilian, but I don't believe things will work, because with knight d5, okay, we just take the knight, and then how to create the problems. Actually, knight d5 ideas, they usually work when the king is on e8, because then we can take with the pawn and we open this this file, and then when the king is on e8, the king is in troubles, it's impossible to castle and the bishop is hanging. So usually knight d5 is working when the king is in the center. When the king is not in the center, well, still you have to calculate such moves as knight d5, but I don't see how we can continue. Just let's say if black plays something simple like bishop f6 or any other move. Knight b5, well, it's also leading nowhere because black can take with the bishop, black can even take with the pawn, and again I don't see the continuation. Bishop b6 is an interesting try. I think the idea is that on the next move after knight d6 or bishop d6, we are trying to play e5 and then keep an eye on the d7 bishop. But it also seems not to work because I think knight d6 after e5, black can play knight c4 or knight f5. And okay, if we take the bishop, then black takes the queen, we take the queen, black takes the rook, and in the end of this combination, we are unfortunately, we won the pawn, but we lost the rook. So that didn't work. Let's go back and let's think of this position. So we see that there is some problem. Yeah, the bishop on d7 is unprotected. And what I did, I found the idea of how to exploit it. In the game, I played e5. And now d takes e5 doesn't work because I take with the bishop, and on the next move, I take black's bishop. So d takes e5 is not possible. Black can't wait because we are just taking the pawn, right? So d5 is more or less forced. And maybe here we can make another quiz, well, maybe like from here you will find a new idea. So let's make another one. With 1 minute. We already see some correct answers, so from this moment it seems it's easier. I'm glad that some of you already found the correct idea. And there are still 20 seconds, so I hope more and more people will find it. Oh yeah, we got another. Well, fine. Time is out. So I see like 1, 2, 3 correct answers, and Alero was actually quite close. He had guessed the first move correctly, but he was wrong with the second move. So knight d5 is absolutely correct. This is what I played. It takes d5, and now you had to see that now we have the resource of e6, which is opening our bishop, and now the bishop is attacking the queen, and also we are attacking black's bishop, so black can't protect the queen and the bishop at the same time. I will quickly show you what happened in the game next. Queen c6 was played. Now I took the bishop, and after queen d7, I took the pawn. And as the result of all this combination, white is a pawn up. So maybe we can quickly go a few moves back to look at it from the very beginning. So please remember this idea of especially here, knight takes d5 and e6. Like when you have the bishop, which is potentially may attack some serious piece, like here the queen is the strongest piece, and some idea when we can push this pawn attacking another piece. So have in mind that such ideas may work. Like here, knight d5, e6, and rook d5. I think it doesn't make sense to show the rest of the game because like after rook d5, white is already a pawn up, and later on I won the game. So maybe it will be interesting that I show you some other examples from my own game, which I prepared for today. We still have time, right?
Yes, we still have like 10, let me see, 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, okay, wonderful. So let's go to another example, and another example will be this one. I have to say in advance that all the examples which I prepared for today are from my Blitz games, and from the Blitz games which were actually very important for me because thanks to the solutions which I found in these games, I managed to get World Blitz champion titles. So these games were quite important, and they also give me some nice memories of these tournaments. So this game was played in 2014 and in the last round. So by winning this game, I became the women's World Blitz champion for the first time in my life. And this is the position. Again, we can see that the material is even at the moment, but black has some troubles with this d6 pawn because it can't be changed, it can't be pushed to d5, and it's quite weak. So the first move is quite logical. I played rook f to d1, attacking the pawn on d6. And black's response was rook to c6. And now we have another quiz. Please try to find the solution. Just a second. So let's give you 1 minute. I hope many of you will find the correct answer. Bastian has already found the solution. Well done. And Nico, your idea is nice. Also, Alero, you have. No, the first move you made correct, but then you had troubles finding the second one. Okay, we'll discard this. Okay, time is up. So, Nico, you suggested knight d5. Knight d5 is a perfectly good positional move. Yeah, you place the knight on the nice square. But here there was something stronger, something that that could actually lead to white winning a pawn. And as you know that the first moves that should be considered, they should be the captures. So in the game I played knight to e5. I took the pawn, d takes e5, it's more or less forced, and now I took the queen. I think some of you suggested knight d5 here, but okay, we sacrificed the piece, and after sacrificing the piece, I think we have to be more concrete. That's why knight d5 is not good, but queen d8 is winning. And now the problem is that if black takes with the rook, it actually happened in the game, then we can take the bishop. And after rook d1 or rook b1, I was a pawn up, and I quite easily converted this material advantage into the win. If black took with the bishop, then I would have taken the rook, And now if black takes my bishop, I take black's bishop with a rook. And as the result, we are an exchange and a pawn up. So that was actually working. Well done to Bastian, who found a solution. To all the others, well, 95, some of you were already in the right direction, but try to calculate until the very end. So why this combination with knight e5 works here? And sorry?
Sorry, I think Surya just entered the room, but he immediately muted himself, so that was what you heard.
Surya, hello. I think you will be the next one.
So we have one more person who can help us figure out the solutions.
Hi, Anna.
Now you have the helper, the Grandmaster Surya Ganguly from India, who is over 2600, and I believe he will come up with some great ideas for the next example. So to end with this example, I'll just tell you, yeah, I wanted to give you some hints why such moves like knight e5 can later on work on your own games. Because look, here black is under the pin, and also here black is under the pin. And thanks to the ideas of these pins, we can actually tactically make may try to make it work. And yeah, knight e5 works here because now we take, and now both pins are helping white to win the pawn. So I think I will just show one last example, right? And then I'll give the floor to Surya, who will come up with some fascinating games, I have to say, because we have already had a rehearsal, and I was impressed by what he has prepared. I'm sure our viewers will like the examples. They are quite difficult, but they are very nice. So just a second, I will load the next game. This position, and I have to say that I was really very glad to play this game, and the sequence of moves which I made here. So let me give you the new quiz. Maybe I can give you more time if you don't mind, because I think some of our viewers need more time to figure out how to make it work. So I'll give you 2 minutes for this quiz, and I think I also have to put the sequence of moves which I want you to find. So let's go. Surya, will you participate?
No, this time I'm just watching silently.
Tiana found it. Bravo.
This one was tougher. The previous one I remembered from the meeting, but this one I had to use my turn on my brains.
Oh, well, actually, I'm glad that many of you were in the right direction. Surya, what would you play?
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Well, I don't know. I'll start with knight d5, of course.
Okay, knight d5 is what I played, and then?
I'll put my queen somewhere. I don't know where. So let me see. So rook e1, you want to go king d8. So if I can stop that somehow. So if I go queen d6, you want to go what? Long castle or what? Queen d6.
Castle, yeah, the king can move. So.
Yeah, queen d6 comes into mind. Long castle. I'm thinking about rook d3 and king d7, rook c3. Looks like that should be it, but I don't know if I'm missing something. Or maybe I'm missing knight c5 at the end.
Try to make it in a bit easier way. Actually, this was played in this game. So, like your instinct, you take on d5, then what do you do?
Rook e1 check, yeah.
Okay, rook e1 check, right?
That should be the way. And knight e5. If I'm playing bullet, it will be knight e5.
You see, I mean, it's so easy. Just trust your instinct, and that works.
So I thought you were tricking us maybe because his own examples are will be so challenging that he thought Anna wants to trick us also.
Yes, because before I show you quickly the end of this game, because it ended very fast, I will also mention a few words about the other suggestion. For example, there was a suggestion of queen to c7, which makes sense because it stops long castle and also stops castle short, because now we can take the knight. At the same time, we are kind of losing the tempo with this queen c7, because black can just play, sorry, not here, but here I can our queen, and it's a big question what we will do next. If we
Can I do
move,
knight d5?
sorry?
Can I do knight d5 now?
Knight d5 now. You're so tricky. Yeah, maybe it still works. Yeah, knight d5. If rook takes, we take, and then we are winning. If black takes, rook e1, and now we have to try to make some knight e5 work. Yeah, otherwise it's quite dangerous.
Yeah.
But
maybe you could play queen
c8
instead of knight c8.
Sorry?
Maybe you could play queen c8 instead of knight c8.
Yeah, of course. Maybe that was not necessary, because I think like this should be winning for white. c4, well, it doesn't lead anywhere. So maybe we have to be careful, and maybe just, yeah, queen c8 is a safer move. And now knight d5, black can at least take, and after rook e1 to play king f8. The knight is not hanging anymore, right? So that's why immediately knight d5. How can you find such moves in your own games? You can just think about that black's king is still in the center, and we can try to prevent castling. And after knight d5, e takes d5, rook e1, it's already clear that black's king will be left in the center. Because if black moves to f8, we will play queen d6, and we will win the knight on the next move. And in the end of all this combination, we will be pawn up, and also black's skin will be horrible. If black plays bishop to e7, we win after queen to d6. So king d8 is more or less forced. And now after knight to e5, we are attacking on f7, and also if black takes on e5, for example, with the bishop, we take d takes e5, and this pawn is hanging, also this pawn is hanging, and still the most important is that the king is in the center. And when the king is in the center and black and white's rook are attacking, then black's position is quite dangerous. I will quickly show you the end of the game. Rook f8 was played, defending the f7 pawn. I played knight to c6. King c8 is the only move, and now queen to d6. queen b7, and here we bring another rook into the game. Actually, the idea that Surya, that you had in the very beginning, I played rook b3. Rook e3 is equally fine. We bring the rook to c3, and after that, it's just game over. Rook to d8 was played. I think that after queen to c7, what I was going to play, I just started thinking about it now. Maybe queen to d5 is the simplest, and then rook c3 anyway is coming. Rook d8 was played. I played rook c3, and after bishop d4, knight e7 came with a checkmate.
Very nice. Nice finish.
Yeah, so these were the examples which I wanted to show today. I hope you learned some new things, some new patterns, and I will be looking forward to seeing your wins with these ideas.
Thank you so much, Anna. It was really nice, some great examples, and I really enjoyed the Judith story. Some very nice memories, and I'm sure this is an inspiration, especially to the young girls also we have watching the class. So thank you so much, Anna, for your time. It was great having you.
Yeah, thanks to you too. It's great to be a part of this festival, and see you next time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So I take control for just 1 second, and just to put Mr. Surya Ganguly in charge. Surya is next, Grandmaster from India. Actually, Surya, I was bringing up your Wikipedia page while preparing, while sitting here, and I thought, oh my God, Surya has won so many things. He's a 6-time national champion, an Asian champion. He has won 40 individual gold medals, it says on your Wikipedia page. So a lot of accomplishments. Surya, welcome. It's a pleasure having you.
Thanks, Fiona. It's a great honor to be part of this, and I'm looking forward for an exciting class.
Absolutely.
Would you like to, do they know about the topic?
They don't know. So this was going to be I thought first, let me introduce you. I have talked about it already a bit throughout the day when we talked about the upcoming classes, but I talked that you will be focusing on your work you did as a second with the legend, former world champion Viswanathan Anand. And I'm sure you have some fascinating insights. You were part of the team for at least 3 matches, I believe, in 2008, yeah. 10 and 12 against Kramnik, Topalov, and Gelfand. And I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to share with us.
Absolutely. So thanks, Fiona. So yeah, I worked with Anand for his 3 World Championship matches. And today I wanted to show some of his games, which I believe are not as popular as his, legendary games like Levon Anand or Ivanchuk Anand. There are so many. I decided to pick some games which are hopefully not seen before. So let's start with a very simple tactic. And this can happen, at any moment. So this game was played in Bundesliga. Babula was white and Anand was black. White played a very normal, very normal move, A4. So he's saying, if you take, I'm taking here, and if you don't do that, then your pawn is kind of, I'm eliminating my weak pawn. What went wrong? That's the first question. After this move, black is actually winning. So your first task will be to find that. And let me put a quiz here. I will give you two minutes. So you've got 2 minutes to figure out why is this a blunder. If you play normally, if you just protect the pawn with a6, then it's not a blunder. Something white has done wrong. What is it? So how do we start calculating? We start with check, capture, threats. So try to do it that way. Start with a check. Then see if you can trick somehow. Also, let's understand that our best bet is actually the pawn on, if we can take the pawn and actually if we can queen the pawn. Can we do that somehow? That was close, Luciana. It was very close, but you just missed one important move. All right, so I'll give some more time. And this time, let me help you. Okay, if we play a6, it's not leading anywhere. So you can put it in the chat. What does your instinct say? What should be the first move? You can put that in the chat. Just give me the first move that you think could be a possible solution. You can also unmute and say if you want to. Would you take here or would you give a check? Or would you play a6? What does your instinct say? Let's try one more time. So imagine we give a check. He comes here. Now it would be really nice, yeah, if we can take and queen the pawn. All right, so we take. So this is a variation we have to calculate, right? Maybe 2 minutes was a little bit too less. But after take, he takes. Now I'll do this quiz one more time, okay? How do you queen the pawn? Let's do it one more time from here. And this time I'll give you roughly about 1.5 minutes. Be careful. Be very, very careful. See which piece can actually stop this pawn. Restriction is the key. Prophylaxis is the key here. When we are trying to queen this pawn, what is the piece which is stopping us? And can we control that piece completely? What is its root? So you have to figure out the root for the piece which is actually stopping the A pawn. The easiest way could be to first figure out what happens after A3. What is the move that is actually refuting the move A3? And you have to stop that move. All right, so, okay, It's pity that no one got this yet. So you know how we can improve our calculation? First, we have to do the straightforward thinking. So what is the straightforward thinking? After a3, what is white's only move? Can somebody tell me after a3 what is white's only move? You can put it in chat or unmute yourself, whatever is comfortable for you. a3, bishop f6, no, then I take with the king. So it's definitely not that. This king is too far, it cannot control. The bishop has no square to control. We are queening in 2 moves. There is only one piece which can control, and that is this knight, right? Yeah, I got a correct answer, knight e3. So can we say after a3, this is the position, take. So can we say after a3, knight e3 is absolutely the only move that can stop the queen, right? So how do we restrict this knight? You have to stop knight e3. That's the only thing we have to do. Guys, last time and this time I'm giving you just 1 minute, okay? Do this. Yeah, finally we are getting the answers. It's a very important move. So, and it's also a very easy move to miss. And Anand's opponent, although he is a grandmaster, is a strong grandmaster, he did not see it, and of course Anand saw it from a distance. Very nice trick. I really like this one in an endgame. I want everyone to participate. Here in the classroom, wherever you're watching this, the live stream. So just make sure you are active enough. Five seconds to go. All right, guys. I saw some moves with knight d3 check and some with a3. So yeah, as we just a second. Yeah, here there is knight a3 and yeah, the main problem was if you play a3, as we said, yeah, there was knight a3, but there is also knight d3 check. I saw some players played that, but it does not stop the route, right? So I can play a move like king e4, and again I'm coming to c2. So which means after king f4, the only move is, yeah, I saw some of you solved here, and also I'm seeing in social media there they have solved, it's knight c4. Now there is absolutely no way to stop this pawn. Very, very pretty, right? I mean, there are 3 pieces, but nobody can stop the pawn. And black wins the game. And it's unfortunate, who is the main culprit here? The main culprit is this pawn. It stops the knight, it stops the bishop, and again, no way to stop this pawn. Let's move to some different examples. Let's do, yeah, let's do. Okay, before I start the quiz, okay, let's think about the position. Here, it's white to play. First, I want you to tell, not any moves, but tell me whom do you like? Do you like white or do you like black? Just that one, just your evaluation of the position. What do you think about the position? It's a very, very complicated game, but it's also very instructive. black has a space. Okay, agreed. And black's pawns are also looking very good, restricting the knight completely. The knight cannot go here, knight cannot go there. And since this knight is restricted, that means the queen is also, the rook is also restricted. This queen also does not have any good square. Can somebody tell me what is white's advantage? So black has a space, white's pieces are restricted, but white also has something. What is that? Pawns. White has passed pawns. Excellent. Now, there is one more thing. What about the material? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did anyone actually count the material? White is 3 pawns up. Not just one. Yeah, white has got 3 pawns extra. Now, but of course, white's problem is, these pawns are not moving. I cannot move this pawn because this rook will take. This pawn does not move. This pawn does not move. So the biggest challenge is to find a move that actually makes sense. And there is one idea to play rook g1 and try to play g4. But after rook g1 did not happen in the game, but I'll start my quiz here. After rook g1, white is threatening g4. And I'll give you just about 1.5 minutes. Can you tell me what should black play? White wants to open up the game. He wants to play g4. What can we do? So I'm also seeing in the YouTube, you guys are quite active. Yes, white has passed pawns. Knight e1 is defending. Yes, that's right. All right, guys, make a suggestion. How do you stop g4? There are more than one move, so there's nothing wrong or right here. But the easiest way to stop g4. A lot of moves are coming. I actually like all the suggestions more or less. Okay. So yeah, it is also possible to play something like, as you said, bishop d4 I got, well, e3 I don't like particularly because of knight f3. Easiest is to play queen g4. Just to stop it, because this knight is not moving anywhere. And think about a position like this. Then, all these pieces are never going to come out. Black could simply play bishop d4 or start rolling his pawns. Black gets a fantastic position. Now, Anand, at this point, did a spectacular move. And I remember when later I was asking Anand, how you played this move so fast. He was also playing very fast. And for him, this move was extremely natural. What piece do you think is bothering us? So we said we have passed pawns, right? So can we say it is this bishop that is actually creating all the problem for us? Imagine if this bishop was not there right now. Then you would play b5 happily. Where would you like to put the bishop? This is slightly tough. So I will give you I'll give you like 3 minutes. Or let me give slightly more. So I'm giving you 4 minutes here. All right, I got a suggestion. I'm getting some suggestions, but so far not any moves yet. So we are looking for the smartest way to sacrifice our bishop so that we can play b5. Now we can sacrifice the bishop in many places, right? Well, yeah, so far I got bishop c6, bishop d7, and bishop e8 as answer. Can we do it in such a way that we solve two problems at one time? We are able to push our pawns, so that's one. And second, we are able to disturb our opponent's planning. So just like we have the strength on the queen side, our opposition, they have the strength in the center, right? Can we do it in such a way so that we create problem for our opponent and also we strengthen our queen side? All right, so far I got just one right answer, and that came from YouTube, and one right answer in the class. I mean, not exactly right, at least the first move was right. So Nico, your first move was right, but second move could have been better. Yeah, I see Luciana also had an interesting suggestion. But the move played in the game is much stronger. All right, 50 more seconds. Keep trying. Many correct answers are pouring actually right now. So I really like that. So bishop c6 I got a number of times, but the problem of bishop c6 is black just takes. And after b5, this b6 square is very nicely controlled. All right, 15 seconds more, guys. Okay. I got some suggestion with f6, which is interesting. I understand you want to create this square, but the problem is black can even take with the queen, and then always this pawn is hanging. Bishop b7, also very, very interesting, I have to say. And take, you want to play f6. This is actually quite an interesting suggestion, but it does not solve the problem of our knight. It does create pass pawn, but it does not solve the problem of our knight. Anand played a fascinating move here, bishop to d3. And he played that very fast, actually. The main factor here is after you take, I not only go b5, I'm not only threatening here, I'm also threatening to, eliminate all the pawns. And after d2, knight into f3, white was clearly better. There were some inaccuracies in the game. For example, here it was already possible to take and play d6, and with this pawns it's impossible to stop white. Probably black will have to give the rook, but then again, still this pawn is too strong. And if you look at the material, white is like still 4 pawns. White has 4 pawns extra. But yeah, in the game, queen h4 was played and giving some counter chances, which black missed. And Anand ended up winning the game. Bishop into f6 and a5. So this is also a very, very nice trick. We can see how sharp Anand is in such situation. He wants to exchange the queens. And that's why he starts with f6. Of course, if you take with the queen, then we are very happy. We are just rolling the pawns. And after bishop f6, when the queen is attacked, Anand fights another incredible move, a5. And now it's impossible to stop these pawns. The game went on for a few more moves, but of course the result was never in doubt. And here Max and Luke resigned. So let's move on to the next example. This one is actually very famous. How many of you have seen this position? Do you know this position? Have you seen this before? It's one of Anand's very famous game, like really, really famous game. Can someone tell me who was white, who was black? So this was played against Karyakin, a very famous game that happened in Vacancy. And Anand once again played this move instantly. Let's try something direct first. Also, let's count the material. So material is equal, but we see our pieces are not moving anywhere. And white is going to attack. Sooner or later, he is going to attack. If we take rook takes a3, it takes, we take. We are trying to give mate, but it feels like we don't have enough pieces to back it up. Maybe he'll play just rook d2 to stop it. One of the most spectacular moves played by Anand here. How can you distract the queen? If the queen is not here, then we are able to play a move like knight c4. Imagine if you can remove the queen somewhere else completely. Then we have this very strong move, knight c4, and then the king will come under tremendous attack. Let's try to do this. It's quite difficult. Let me give you I will use the maximum time here, so which is 5 minutes. So what are we looking at? we want to create an attack, and we want to distract white's queen. How can we remove this queen completely? That is our aim. Also, let's not forget that we are not the only one who is going to attack. White also has some plans with f6 and everything, right? So we have to be very fast and bring our pieces. And you know, when we are playing in, when we are talking about different sides castling, then time is the main factor. I got a very interesting suggestion by Matsian. D5. That's actually quite interesting move, I have to say. But there is something even much stronger. There is a suggestion with knight c4, but knight c4 he will take with the queen. So this we don't want. We want knight c4, but before that we want to remove the queen completely. Forget about the material. Absolutely do not care about the material at this point. We have to give checkmate. We have to go for it. So I really like this suggestion of d5. So we are looking for moves like this. Yeah, we are looking for something very dynamic, something very energetic. Okay, I see in YouTube some of the players already got the suggestion, got the solution. Okay, since there is only one chance to do it, and I really want you to try one more time, so I'll cancel this and I'll start again. Take another attempt, okay? I give you 1 minute. Take one more try. And let's do it move by move, just one move. Let's just try the first move. Make one more attempt to remove white's queen. Well, rook a3 we discussed. Yeah, rook a3 just takes and then rook d2 happens. So white's main defender is this queen. We want to get rid of this queen as quickly as possible. Yeah, we want to go knight c4, but you know the queen is completely blocking us. All right. So in the game, a fantastic move was played. Knight c7. So he wants to go knight b5. Now here is a very, very interesting detail. I was interviewing Anand on my channel, and I asked Anand that, of course, this sort of thing does not occur during the game, but I asked Anand, did he know that this combination, knight c7, works only with the pawn on h4, and if the pawn would be on h3, then this combination does not work. It sounds so weird, right? It sounds so surprising that if the pawn would be on h3, not on h4, then this move is actually not working. How it is possible? We'll see in the game. So in the game, queen takes c7 happened, the most natural move. Rook c8. Remember, we wanted to get rid of the queen, right? So queen is attacked and queen has to take the e7 bishop. So look, pay attention to the last two moves once again. First, knight c7, threatening knight b5, forcing the queen to come here, then going rook c8, knight e7, queen takes e7, and finally, what move do we play? Okay, a 30-second squeeze here. Just 30 seconds you have, so make your decision quickly. Make a move. The move that we wanted to play for all this time. I got 2 correct answers. Three correct answers. That's right. Unfortunately, rook takes a3 does not work because after take, there is only one threat, and white has different moves. Actually, one of the difficult moves could be just queen a7, not only protecting this but also attacking the queen. But instead, knight c4 was played in the game. Now there is no way to defend. We are going to take, and we are going to take, and we are going to give checkmate. So when you cannot defend, right, what can you do? You have to attack. How can you attack? Once again, let's see your bullet skill. I give you 1 minute. Make a move. Or I give you 30 seconds. Make a move. You have to attack. If you cannot defend, you have to attack. In fact, you should always go for counter-attack. So what is our counter-attack after knight c4? How can we attack black's king? We have to go for black's king. Okay. So I saw some suggestion with e5, but also the g2. This is also hanging, and then after there is queen b2 checkmate. There is also knight a3 and queen c2. All sorts of mates are happening. So instead, Karyakin played the move g6. He is going for this king. Now, if we play very direct, imagine, let's say we take, he takes, we take. Let's do the simple one. Let's do the basic one. We are threatening checkmate. What happens for bishop d4? I want all of you to get this. Okay? It's mate in 2, and I don't want anybody to miss it. 45 seconds. Mate in 2, guys. The most straightforward mate in 2. All right. Yeah, that's right. So bishop d4 runs into rook a1 and queen to a2, and that's mate. So instead, in the game, sorry, if black had taken knight a3, then at this point g into f7 would have been played. And after king f8, a very nice move, deflecting the rook. So white would have played queen check, takes, and now deflecting the queen. And finally, we see material-wise, white is not doing bad. White just needs to control these two squares, which he would have done by playing bishop d4 and rook d2. And then everything is under control. Now, it's very deep that white only survived because this was coming with a check. If this was not coming with a check, then we could have mated. And that's the reason Anand played the move hg6 first. F into g6. And now going for the same variation. And after gf7, okay, this one, 30 seconds, make a decision. Do you want to go to h8 or h7? Make it quick. We already know it. Yeah, we have to go to h7. Because if we go to h8, again, we run into the same trick. Yeah, this is what we saw in the previous variation. And in next two moves, he'll play rook d2 and bishop d4, and everything is sorted out. Now, finally, we understand that after king h7, why the pawn should have, if the pawn was on h3, there was this check coming, right? And that's basically the reason why everything works with the pawn on h4. So anyway, in the game, king h7 was played. Karyakin played f8 knight and takes. And the whole difference is that black king is not on h8, which means we don't have to take here. We can do something better. And that was check. And basically, it's a couple of checks and it's a forced mate. Rook a2 check. It doesn't matter where the king moves. We are giving rook a2 check, and either it gets mated here or it gets mated on e2. I'm now going to show one of the best preparation I have ever seen, and one of the most instructive preparation that I have ever seen. All right, a little bit of background story. So this is before this happened in Gelfand match, Anand Gelfand, and Gelfand was extremely well prepared. We did not expect Sveshnikov and Grunfeld, which he kept on playing. He never actually played Sveshnikov and Grunfeld. And the match came to a tiebreak. Now, before the tiebreak, we had like 1.5 days. And all the team members, we started walking. And my experience with Anand has been very fascinating. I mean, we all know about his intelligence, his strength. But very few people actually know how disciplined he is, how hardworking he is. I remember when I first started working with Anand for his Kramnik match, I went to Germany, and we would start our day around 11 in the morning, and we would finish at 1 o'clock at night with a lunch and dinner break. And this was happening every single day. You know, maybe there will be a break once in a week, sometimes once in 10 days. And this went on for like 7 or 8 months. Also during the match, the amount of preparation that we had to do was huge. And it's also very interesting that before the match, Anand would not only work on openings, but he also actually revised end games. He did lots of positions and also basic end games. Yeah, we also did, like literally rook bishop versus bishop, all basic end games, all sorts of combinations. So it's all about, how much hard work you put, and that's how you get there. So the preparation was something like this. Bishop b5 we wanted to play. It was played, in fact, twice. And in one of the game, Gelfand came up with a very interesting novelty. And nobody had played this before. We were not aware of this, and Anand was completely on his own. And as a team members, you don't feel very great when you miss such a move. Gelfand played e5. Now, the basic idea here is whenever black plays d6 or f6, we want to play e5. But here Gelfand started with e5. And he's saying, I'll close the center. You're not going to get d4 easily. And the game ended in a very quick draw. So before the tiebreak match, the team started working. And I was given an assignment that I have to look at this position and if I can refute this system or, if I can find something interesting. And all other team members will be looking from the black side. And if I can crack this, then team joins and we work on e4. If I don't crack this, then we play first move d4. After a certain point, we had one idea, and this was knight into e5. Okay, we take the pawn, he attacks our pawn, he attacks our knight, and we go d4. First, let's see the game which happened, which is not that entertaining. In the game, Gelfand played d6. We were not sure if it would be d6 or f6. In the game, Gelfand played d6. And this was all part of our preparation. We attack the queen. We get to an endgame. We are a pawn up, but of course, black picks up the pawn. And something like this kind of preparation we had, we said this pawn is still weak and your pieces are kind of more active than black's pieces. We were happy with this. This is not the reason why I'm showing showing all of you this particular example. We were not sure what to do for f6. And at some point, we got this idea that we want to play king b2. Threatening rook to e1. So if he plays king e7, we go rook e1. Let's say he goes king g6. Let me make a first quiz. And I give you 1 minute. White to play. What is your problem in the position? As white, solve that problem. What do you think is the biggest issue in the position? Solve that problem in the most beautiful way. Think out of the box. Think something different. Very good, Fiona and Luciana. We don't want to open up the position actually. All right, I will give you one more try for those who could not do it. So let's try one more time, guys. So your problem in the position is clearly the king. You have to address this. One question, where do you want your king? Of course, you want it on g1, but then queen takes g2 happens. Where else can we keep the king? Find a safe spot for our king. All right. So our idea was to play king c3. To hide the king here. Now imagine with the king here, you play a5, I play a4, I put my knight on c3. My king is like super relaxed. Yeah, nothing can go wrong there. One little quiz. What happens if black tries to unpin? What happens if black plays king f7? Now this is a blunder. And you should be able to do this in 1 minute. Why is king f7 a blunder? We can win something really big here. Now we can win something big. We make one move, black resigns. Take your time. There is only one chance in the chessable classroom. Unfortunately, you don't get a second chance. Yeah, so you have to be really precise. What can you win? Okay, it was close. Some of you got, some of you did not. Knight h4 traps the queen, middle of the board. Not a single square available. Yeah, like everything is controlled. You see, every single square is controlled. So then one idea came in our mind. Why not to put the queen on f5? But I showed this to Anand that, you know, okay, he can play king f7, but we don't mind this time. We don't go knight h4. We can simply play king b2. And you develop your knight here, and his king is also weak. At this point, Anand said, you know, we were looking at this position, and Anand said, yeah, you know, everything is fine, but just have a look at this move c4. There is also a history to this particular move, because in one of the game, we actually missed that Anand can Gelfand can play c4. And this particular move was missed, not in this position, but in a different position. And that came in a draw also. So naturally, Anand was concerned about what to do for c4. Take your wildest guess. I give you I give you 2 minutes here. Take a wildest guess. What did we prepare at this point? What is the most weird move you can play in this position? Like really, really the move that you don't want to play. The move that you don't want to play, I'm not expecting any blunder like queen d3. But the move that you don't want to play is the best move in the position. So Fiona, I have got like another 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, sure. That's fine. I think Arthur is already here, so.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Okay.
All right, 20 seconds more. So many correct answers. So when I said, make the most weird move, then immediately we are getting answers. Yeah, so this is what we were going to play in a World Championship match, and Anand was actually ready to play this. We wanted to take King takes c4. Idea, we want to come back. How can we stop this? You can give a check, but I am coming back. Once the king gets into b2, he's very safe. You can't play knight d5. So the only way to stop king c3 is to play queen a5. And now you're threatening bishop a6. Last quiz for the day of 1 minute. Where do you hide your king? You can't go on c3. Take your time. Take your time, don't rush. If you can't hide one direction, you can always go to the other direction. Yeah, the move is king to d3. We wanted to hide here, but after black stopped this, now we want to hide here. And this was our preparation to play king d3. So gives a check. Nothing can stop this anymore. So d5, king e2, king f1. Who could imagine that this king actually did not castle, but it went from here, here, went here, and actually came back all the way to g1. So, and our preparation ended somewhere around at this point. White is a piece down, but black king is completely exposed, and I can bet any amount that if I would have shown this position, nobody would have said that this king made such a fabulous journey. So yeah, this is definitely one of the most fantastic preparation that I've ever seen. I hope all of you enjoyed the session. Thanks for being active.
Surya, thank you so much. I mean, that king march, I think we all have seen some king march, but this one is definitely a very special one.
Thanks, Fiona, and thanks, Arthur, for joining. And looking forward to seeing an exciting class by you.
Mr. Olala.
Olala, yeah.
Surya, thank you so much. This was really a wonderful masterclass with so many special insights. So thank you so very much to you. And this has been fantastic.
Thanks, Fiona. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so after this really, really special masterclass, I would like to say, now it's time. We only have 2 lectures left, but the next one, he's ready. Let me put him in charge. Mr. Olala, Grandmaster Arthur Kogan. Arthur, how are you doing today?
Hi, Fiona. Can you hear me? Everything fine?
I can hear you perfectly.
Excellent. Big pleasure to be here with you. Fantastic to follow your show. 12 points from Spain.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you. So tell us, what have you prepared? The reason, and maybe I should introduce this better. The reason I call you Mr. Olala, you have been a very successful, a very popular chess coach for many years. And you have sort of started this term, oh la la chess, which has spread like a wildfire since. So maybe tell us a little bit about that and about yourself.
Yes, with pleasure. You know, it came from the old good times when I was young and I lived in France, and everything in life was oh la la. Yes, oh la la about good things, oh la la also about bad things, oh la la. And, you know, then simply it's like stay in the head. And with friends about everything we were saying, oh la la, also about chess moves, great moves, right? So there were moves that only oh la la, and there were moves oh la 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 la, no? That are fantastic chess moves. And basically I stayed with this and I invented my system, oh la la chess, that is based on striving for harmony, for having fun, and giving some life for the pieces. Yes, you know, I'm always enjoying to watch little kids playing with different stuff and giving life to it. Yeah, like my little boy today in the morning with chess pieces, he make them like, you know, mother, father, whatever. So, so I mean, I really enjoy this, and I did it also a bit with my system to give life to the pieces, because for me, chess is about harmony, about having fun, and of course, mastering the brain, the logic part. So if we can mix it all together, then it's really beautiful.
Absolutely. Speaking of kids, it's so good to see so many of our players back. They were here earlier for the Judit Polgar lesson. So that was what, 3 hours ago. They played the tournament in the meanwhile. So I hope you all had fun, and welcome back. And it's good to have you back. So 2 lessons to go. And Arthur, I saw that you will tell us a story of the Naked King.
Yes, Fiona. This is my plan for today. You know, I like very much this old story for kids about the Naked King. I guess you know about this. I know when the king was thinking that he's so good looking and going in the street very proud, but in fact, he was cheated and he was naked. Yes, and only one child dared to say, "You are naked." And yeah, this kid's story, I always liked it. It's very funny. And in chess, I also like to do it sometimes because, you know, when you play against players that are very optimistic, like in this case, I played against Sifroni, that he is now a quite famous grandmaster from Israel. And he was very solid grandmaster, you know, very positional style, really little bit anti-oh-la-la in the part of... he didn't want to play too creative, and he didn't believe to my fantasies or my creative chess too much. So I won many beautiful games against him, and I will be happy to share one of them. And yeah, finally to say, this is the Naked King. Yeah.
Fantastic. I look forward to this. I will mute myself and we will enjoy your game. Take it away.
Okay, with pleasure. Thank you, Fiona. So here we are. Yes, so it was a long time ago, a few years ago when we were young. Still no one of us a grandmaster. And this game is also special because it was one of the first times I played d4. Yes, before that I was playing mainly e4, but you know, I learned from some Russian trainers that said when you are 20 years old, you have to start to play d4. Now you are mature, so you can play calm, you can play positional, you have much more patience. Let's see how much patience I had in this game. Let's see. So, okay, d4, d5, c4.
Sorry, Arthur, we're not seeing the game.
Ooh, wait.
I'm not seeing.
Let's see why.
Now I see it. Perfect.
Oh, okay. Some reason it was not there. Now?
Yeah.
Excellent, thanks. Yeah, so the story was that he played me also a very interesting line. Do you know this line? The Chabonenko defense in the Slav. That time it was quite new, relative. Nobody really believed in this too much. But there is a famous story about Kasparov, no? That when he saw it first time from Chabonenko, he was laughing like for 2 hours, they say. He couldn't believe because the idea of Chabonenko that explained him with a6 is in fact to develop the bishop to f5. Believe it or not, the idea is to play bishop f5. So after queen b3, we have the funny looking move rook a7. And Kasparov watching this move was laughing a lot. I can understand him. I had almost the same reaction when I saw it first time myself. But in fact, after some time, Kasparov didn't smile so much and he finished playing it himself with black. So it means Chebonenko variation proved to be quite correct. And it's interesting that the reason is nowadays, if we want to speak about the deep logic and beauty of chess in the way of thinking, is that the rook on a7 is in fact protecting against the power of the queen on b3, that anyway is doing nothing against d5 after e6. In the end of the day, the queen will do nothing, will have to leave to find another job, and the rook will come back to a8 and will come back to the game. So this deep chess, of course, fascinating, was very interesting, but was not for my young style. So I didn't want to play to check this main idea, and I played more creative. I played knight e5. So in fact, I don't want to close my bishop from c1. I don't want him to cry. I want him to go to f4, pawn e3, and my bishop on d3 is smiling, and I want all my pieces to participate in this party, right? For me, playing chess is like having a party, normal. I want to enjoy it. So no one of my pieces have to cry. This was my main point in all of that chess. After knight e5, my opponent played knight d7. I played bishop f4, e6, e3. Yeah, sorry, I'm used to say the moves because I'm working a lot with blind players. I always say the moves. They need it. Okay, and here he took on e5. He took my knight, and I have first critical moment of the game. I have to decide, what do I do? Of course, a normal d4 player, experienced, maybe like I am now, older, I will take with the bishop and will say, wow, I have some nice space. And after bishop d6 that I was worried about, change many pieces like the young guys, no? The young guys, they don't like that they change us everything. Only when we get older, we learn, they change us, but we can win an endgame. At that time, I didn't think that much about that. And nowadays, I know that here, after fantastic move f4, closing e5, white is strategically better because better bishop and more space. But this was not for the Olala style of a young player. If I play like this, I will not show you the game now, right? So in the game, basically, I took with the pawn. Looking a bit strange, and of course, Cifroni's face was, what he's doing? Again, he's doing something strange with me. Yeah, I mean, the pawn on e5 is blocking my bishop, so definitely strange. But for e4 players, suddenly we feel more comfortable because we know that having pawn on e5 is very common in the French positions, even in some Sicilian positions. And what we know is that when we have a pawn on e5, we have the old call for a war from the old time, no? Ta-ta-na-na. Yes, let's go, everybody. Let's attack the king. So bishop is coming, the queen is coming, and we have party. So getting away the knight from f6 is a good sign. But of course, it's not that simple because my pawn is on e3. It's a bit strange. Let's see. Knight d7. So now my point was I take on d5. And the idea is, of course, if you take with c-pawn, I get my position. All the pieces are coming to attack. So he took with the e-pawn. Very logical player. I must say Cifroni has a fantastic logical style and a very good, healthy way of thinking. So he's playing very healthy chess here. That's why he won against so many strong players in his career. But it's a bit provocative, no? Because I said, now my pawn somewhere can go here. I start to have some ideas. But my main idea was, in fact, to open up the game before he finishes development. So I played e4. Surprise for him. Yes, and now he was a bit shocked, but he calculated and simply take on e4. Maybe more experienced player will play the solid knight b6, like said my old trainer Viswanathan when he was already about 95 years old. He said, I will play knight b6, very solid. And he's quite right. The bishop is open, it looks logical. But not Cifroni, he doesn't believe to my tricks. He played d take e4. Of course, hoping that I will take, and then he has some checks, and very annoying. I can even lose a pawn. The idea was to sacrifice a pawn. In all of that chess, we care less about pawns. We more care about harmony, pieces smiling. And here the bishop on c4 is immediately with a big smile because f7 is there calling, right? f7 is calling, and immediately some tricks in mind, yes? One of the important things about playing all of that chess is that we have the tactics ability always on, and we see that after knight c5, there is immediately a small tactics here. I don't give it I don't give it, of course, for any test, because I know you will find it fast. And after bishop b4, there is another important idea. It's going to be bishop take f7, right? I saw everybody in the audience already voting for that. Great. Fantastic, yes. So, of course, this is some of the tricks I have here in mind. So what to do? I mean, opponent have to develop somehow. He played bishop e7, looks very solid. And next move, he wants to castle. So here we are in another important, maybe the most important critical moment for me in this game. Because I had to take a tough decision. I mean, next move, my opponent want to castle. My intuition from far away was that e6 is probably a good move. But then starting to calculate, I couldn't make it really work. Because if I try to play, let's say, e6, I saw that he can take. If I take with the bishop, he can play something like knight f6, and suddenly offering me change of many pieces, and it's not what I want here, right? Pawn down, no real attack. Other idea, I was thinking, oh, maybe I have queen g4. And then after knight f6, queen take g7, looks very nice. But after rook g8, queen h6, I saw that my opponent have a move like queen d4. We always have to remember aggressive moves also for the opponent, not only for me. And suddenly we see that the one under attack is basically white. Yeah, white is in big troubles now. There is rook g2, there is knight g4 ideas. And of course this was annoying, no? Because I expected to have more than that. So this is a moment really that was kind of critical, taking my time. And after about 10 minutes, more or less, suddenly, a real story, the coffee fell on the board, believe it or not. We were playing a chess league. It was morning game. And in the morning, you know, we all need some coffee. Most of us, not all, but most of us. I need double coffee normally. And the coffee fell on the board. And of course, it's scandal. You have to go to clean the board, you know, like little kids. Yeah, you're feeling like little kids. But while cleaning the board, happened to me like in these old stories, you know, in the past, or maybe when you see Bruce Lee movies or some Chinese movies. While cleaning the board, suddenly, ooh, Eureka! I saw an idea in my mind. And this idea changed the course of the game. And maybe that's why this game became later on quite famous. Yeah, it was published in also many chess magazines that time. The reason is that suddenly I understood something that is not so common in these kind of positions. I mean, to sacrifice on f7, I see many people even in the audience are thinking about this, yeah? So bishop take f7, of course I was thinking about this, but what else? I mean, he takes and then what? Okay, I saw an idea that maybe I have e6. Looks beautiful, no? The king in chess is not like a dog. It doesn't like to go for a walk. We know this, right? The dogs like to go for a walk, the king not so much. But here I saw that my opponent take on e6 and I didn't find a clear way. I mean, queen g4, he can go back. I'm a piece down. What do I do? And even idea like queen b3 occurred to me before even the coffee fell. And I saw, okay, my opponent running away. And I said, what is this? Now next move h6, he ran away. I'm piece down. Also, he wants to give some check. But believe it or not, Fiona, while I was cleaning the coffee from the board, suddenly occurred to me what I call a genius idea. I say, but wait, let's think like Morphy, or let's think like the old genius Mikhail Tal. What happened if I manage to bring all my pieces together in harmony to smile, and even I don't win by force? Can I do it somehow? And this occurred to me. Yes, I can do this. After e6, king take e6, queen b3, the idea I discovered while cleaning was long castle. Surprise. And I think it is a bit surprising also for the opponent, no? Because having no pawn on c2 anymore and playing a position from d4, you don't expect so much long castles. But here, let's say after king f6, knight e4 check, king g6, long castle, the variation I calculated, I just assess it, yes? Like we say in the old times. I mean, look how many pieces we have in attack. I have bishop, knight, of course, queen and rook. And this rook can join from e1 or h4, h5. All a la time, no? Many pieces in the party. We can dance, we can have fun, right? Fiesta, siesta, more siesta, yes? So, I mean, this fiesta is what I had in mind. And it's, of course, it's very hard to calculate everything, guys. As you can imagine, it's almost impossible. Even engines during the years were changing the opinions, you know. It's very funny nowadays how people thinking that engine is God, yeah? Yes, 3,600 rating. But even the engines, I mean, during the years, they were changing the opinions about my games, like I change socks every day, yeah? Every day, every new engine, new opinions. So I think it's not so much about the opinions of engines. It's more about the practical human skills. And the human skills here is that after long castle, I have huge harmony. But my opponent, as typical for him, he played king f5. Can you imagine? Typical for Cifroni, he doesn't believe to my bluff, for thinking that it's complete bluff, and say, I want a piece. I'm now attacking your second piece. What are you doing here, man? Of course, when you attack, you have no time for slow moves like bishop g3 or anything, right? So here I had the same idea. Long castle, I'm ready to sacrifice the piece again. And the point is that if you take the piece, the bishop, here is about undressing the king. Yes, as we say, this is the subject. So I mean, how to mate it looks not so easy. Because the king somehow want to run away the way back here or here. How to mate him? So, as the story, the kid story, the right winning move here that I planned was simply positional move. Just undress his defense. Knight take e4. Positional move. Now if he takes, I have queen take f3. And beautiful all-a-la mate with all my pieces on the board, right? This is basically our dream, yes? This is basically our dream. So, and it's very hard to avoid this, right? Because my next move might be anyway queen f3 and rook e1, whatever. Positional attack. I like this kind of positional attack sometimes, where you don't have to calculate everything. It's very good for lazy players. You just bring all the pieces to the party, they dance and they give mate. But of course, sooner or later, I will have to calculate. You can't avoid this. But being morning game, it's better to be a bit later. So for the moment, we play intuition. My opponent played bishop g5. In fact, the best defense, fantastic defense, that even was found after the game by Zoller, Grandmaster Zoller, is queen g8. This was fantastic defense that I was thinking that is not so great, but modern engine confirmed that this is clearly the best. Even that I had some fantastic ideas like this, and I was very happy, but it's not so simple, yeah? Well, here, for example, idea like g4. Somehow with engines, there were some defenses, yes? But here we can see that the attack for humans is too much, yeah? And humans, we don't have 3,600 ratings for some reason. I don't know why. Even Carson didn't manage to get so far, yeah? So, in the game, he played logical defense. He played just bishop g5. Very logical defense. He said, okay, I have a piece up. Let's start to change pieces. Let's develop the queen we check. Of course, all my idea of long castle was that I'm making his development very hard. So, I mean, it was not only bringing more pieces, it was also making hard for his knight and queen to come to defense. But now he wants to do this. And bishop g5, another critical moment of the game. What to do now? Yes, I like Gabor, positional player like me. Positional player like me, Gabor. Yes, we have fantastic idea. Let's play positional move. Let's open another file for our rook. If you take, I bring my rook. If you take the pawn, I bring this rook. If you take my bishop, what's happened? It's time for oh-la-la, super oh-la-la move. Yes, believe it or not, the same story, like the little kid in our group here, saying, yes, undress the king. Of course, there are many different ways to try to mate, but it's so easy that the king escape. I have to undress the defense. But the funny thing that he can take with a check and is 3 pieces up for black. But after slow move in the style of Petrosian, king b1, we are completely winning because we tried to give check and mate. Let's say king e5, I give check and mate just before we escape. And what else he can try? I mean, the only defense probably is queen a5. This was a way to work the brain after the game to find a mate here, because somehow in analysis, I remember the king was all the time escaping. Yes, he wants to escape somehow. Here there is a funny mate in 3. Okay, rook e1, of course, the idea is to sacrifice the queen and run with the king all around. Yes, and surprisingly, it's not easy because the king has some escapes. But somebody saw the fourth win. Yes, Bastia. Viva Bastia. I was there many times in Bastia. If you are from Bastia, that's a nice place, great place. Yeah, so queen take e1, queen d3 in between. It's so nice, this in between moves, right? So much favorite of tactical players like Mikhail Tal, Gabor Pap, many players like this. Now, sorry, joking. But also, yes, I mean, this is a great way to surprise your opponent because you don't expect, of course, in between tactics. But in the game, my opponent decided to go the other way around. King take g4 check. Let's run here and get safe. Of course, to take the bishop will not be so clever because the queen will join, the knight will join, and having 2 pieces up, remember, he can give me 1 queen back to a rook, for example. So I have to play Petrosian. Also, I love Petrosian games. King b1, prophylaxis, and asking him, what do you do now against my attack? Sifroni found an interesting defense, bishop f4. Yeah, I mean, this kind of games, it will not be fun if you don't play against a good defender. Bishop f4, and now, how to continue? So if I bring my rook to g1, this looks very logical, but of course he wants to hide somehow, yes? Let's say he wants to hide maybe even here sometimes. Or even go back to f5, of course. But in reality, now it's time to calculate. Okay, Sebastian, not Bastian. Okay, I'm sorry, Sebastian. But still, I like Bastia. Okay, so after, in this situation, I found a forcing way. Let's see. So we are checking all the most aggressive moves. What can be a nice way to force the black king into trouble? Yeah, having two pieces up. Better we don't fall asleep. We play something fast. Queen e6, as Muhammad say. Thank you, Muhammad. Shukran. Queen e6, fantastic. Yes, because now after move like king h4, we have a great way to win the game. Finally, this position I gave to many grandmasters that were missing the winning move. Let's see who will find it. Very fast. Very good. Yes, many grandmasters fall in the trap, but not Gabor, of course. Not rook g1, yes? Rook g1, knight f6, or even knight e5, and suddenly you can lose the game. Unbelievable. Too many pieces up, yeah? Yes, rook d3, lift. Everybody like to lift rooks, yeah? I remember Fiona winning a few nice games like this, with lifting a rook up to attack. I love it. And yes, so I mean, he has to go king h5, what to do? But now we're very close, very, very close. So here we have a beautiful idea to continue. Technical part now, knight g3 check. Forcing lines. If he takes, I take with a pawn. My rook from h1 smiling, big smile. And a pawn is giving a mate. What can be better than that in chess? So if you go king g5, of course, there is a mate from this side. What to do? King h4. Knight a5 check. I ask him, please, please come to me, baby, to the g file. I want that my rook will smile. He doesn't want. And he's tricky because if I go here, he close. So I say, okay, let's make the technical part correct. First, I clean the pawn. Come to me to the g file. Doesn't want. Come to the g file. I don't want. Now you have to come to the g file. I'm sorry, my friend. No choice. And now, by coming to the g file, first time I think I saw my opponent understood what's going to happen. First time, because till that moment he was kind of very confident. But here, after rook g1, his face went down because he saw that I have a forced mate. King f3. There is a mate after knight d4. Yes. Here is mate from this side. On king e4. You can find the mate, guys. Thank you, Gabor, for your feedback and being here with us. Thank you, everybody. So where is the mate? Muhammad say queen e6. No, Muhammad, please. Knight e5. New game is starting. Mate in 1. Mate in the center is always a bit hard. Sebastian almost rook g1, but bishop e3 is still there. Mate in 1 is mate in 1. Guys are getting tired, of course. You are doing a lot of exercises every day. All the day today. Queen take a4 will be a way maybe to start a new game. f3, there is no mate. Yes, Sebastian, thank you. Queen take queen f5. Mate in the center. Yes, it's also very beautiful. Always we are happy to do this in chess. This is all chess about, yes? I mean, about having fun, make your pieces smile, creating some harmony, and prove to your opponents that sometimes, I mean, to be optimistic is very good in life, but in chess it can be dangerous. Yes, we can see this. So I don't know if you have some questions. Maybe Fiona, I will be happy to answer. Otherwise,
I too, thank you so much. And what an oh-la-la game indeed this was. I think a perfect way also set up Gabor, who will be talking to us about immortal games, immortal moves in chess. I think there were a few of those in your game. Mohammed is also saying that was really funny and instructive. So I'm just gonna say a big thank you. Really a brilliant game. Always a pleasure having you. Thank you for spreading your knowledge and so much joy for chess. And it was so great having you with us here today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fiona. And yeah, guys, keep on creative, keep on enjoying games. Also learn to enjoy some boring chess. Yes, prophylactic chess. It takes time, but finally we learn with the age. Okay, so thank you very much, Fiona. Please have fun. Continue to enjoy the show. And good luck, Gabor. I know it's going to be a great lesson. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so Gabor, last but certainly not least, we will have Grandmaster Gabor Pap from Hungary talking to us about immortal moves in chess. Gabor, first of all, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Thanks a lot. I'm a bit sad because, you know, I prepared this material that I'm gonna be the last lesson and it's gonna be amazing. But all I see today is immortal moves. So I don't know what else can I show to the guys, but I will try my best.
We will try. It's so great having you here with us. You're from Budapest, not from the venue, but you are coming to us from Budapest, right?
Exactly. Right now, I'm in Budapest and living in Budapest.
Fantastic. So I know this will be the closing masterclass. It's been such an eventful day. So Gabor will be with us for half an hour, give or take. And then Judith will be here to close the day. So enjoy. I will mute myself and have fun, Gabor.
Thank you, Fiona. And once again, a warm welcome to everyone. I hope nobody's tired because you still need to calculate a couple of amazing ideas. As Fiona said, my name is Gabor Pap from Hungary, and the title of my lesson today is the immortal moves in chess. But what does that mean? How can a move become immortal? I mean, we have seen just today so many amazing moves that what does it take for a move to become immortal? I think a very easy way to describe it is these moves are just so brilliant and so beautiful that they completely shock the player on the other side of the board, and later on got a huge appreciation from the chess community. I guess you have probably seen some of these moves, and there are full of examples in good chess books, but not all of these moves created chess history. But what I'm going to show you is probably you will remember it forever because they are just so incredible. And actually these moves are quite rare, and not every chess player has a chance to create such brilliant moments on the board, but I'm pretty sure that everyone has his or her immortal moves in his career. I also had a couple of amazing ideas and amazing moves and amazing games, but unfortunately none of them became so far immortal. And I gathered a couple of games for today, collected a couple of examples around one theme, and it's going to be the queen sacrifice, because this is what I truly find the most shocking move in chess. And there will be some that probably you're going to recognize because they are extremely famous, but I collected also some new and beautiful ideas that just happened recently. So let's start with our first game. I hope you guys are seeing already the board. This is the immortal game itself. They call it as the immortal games. It's a very, very old game, 150 or now it's 170 years old game. And the white player is Anderson, who was probably the best player of this era. We are still in the 19th century. Everyone is playing romantic style, sacrificing pieces, sacrificing queens. And back then, not to accept a sacrifice was basically impolite. So this is one reason why there were so many amazing games, because everybody wanted to just take the pieces and let the opponent finish the game in style. So my first question, I'm not gonna make a quiz now, but I hope many of you know this game already. So if somebody have seen this game, can you tell me what is the beginning of this amazing calculation and the first move of this game? So what do we see on the board? It's complete chaos. Rooks are hanging, the black king is in the center, and there are many attacking moves, but one move will be the immortal move, and this is why they called it immortal game later on. The funny thing is actually the move that happened in the game is not winning. Later on they figured out that black still could escape somehow. So wait a second, do I see the chat? Yes, I see the chat. Again, I want to ask everyone to activate yourself like before. Use the chat, just give me answers. It's not a problem if you don't figure it out. Luciana, of course, she is the most active. Yes, bishop d6. This is the brilliant double rook sacrifice that happened in the game, but it's only the beginning of the combination. So what is going on? Let's first check what happens if black takes this rook on a1 with a check. This is not what happened in the game. Black took the other rook on g1, but first let's realize what is the idea after queen a1 check, king e2, and for example, what happens if black simply takes this rook. There is a super easy mate. Again, I'm asking you guys to figure this out. It's not so difficult like Arthur's game, like Arthur's previous game. So I guess if you are in shape, you will find this super fast. Nobody is using the chat. Anyway, I'm gonna wait. This is an interactive chess channel, so you guys have to work. It's not just a lesson where you lay back and enjoy a grandmaster lesson. You have to work. And I'm also suggesting everyone, when you are in a chess lesson, not just listen to the coach, but also think about the positions and try to find the best moves. Yes, knight g7, exactly, Zachary, perfect, knight g7, king d8, and bishop c7. So this was the basic idea of the move of bishop d6, but later on, they figured out in the analysis that queen b2 would have saved the game, which is quite a clever move because it still keeps under control the g7 square, so knight g7 doesn't work now. And the other trick is if white would take the bishop, then queen c2 saves the game. King f1, queen c5, still it's extremely unclear, and there are many interesting ideas for white, but the modern engines are holding this position for black. So it's funny that the immortal game, which should be a perfect game, I guess, it's not really a perfect game, but just imagine, guys, we are in 1851. How amazing that they could play chess like this 170 years ago. So in the game, black took the rook, the other rook, bishop g1, e5, another strong idea. Now white is covering this diagonal, knight g7 becomes now a serious threat, queen a1 check, king e2, and now there are all kinds of defenses for black, but nothing really works. So now white is already winning. But let me just give you a couple of examples. In the game, black played knight a6, but for example, what would happen if black goes bishop b7? Where is the mate? Where is the mace? Where is the mate? Does anybody see a forced mate here? Because right now, black can escape on c8. This is the plan. So we go just knight g7, king d8, and what now? How can we win the game? I guess there are several winning moves, but just go for one easy one. Yes, Fiona writes that everyone is tired. I know. It's the last lesson. We started when? 10 a.m. It's already like 6-7 hours of chess. Yes, queen f7. I think that's the easiest, queen f7, and black has simply no defense. It's funny that the king on e2 is completely safe. There are basically no checks. Queen f8, queen e8, there are all kinds of threats. Black cannot hide away. Another example would be, I don't even know, maybe f6, but again, knight g7 and the position falls apart. So black played knight a6, stopping knight c7. So now we go knight g7, king d8, and now bishop c7 is not available. There is no mate. And here comes our second immortal move of the day. Again, nowadays, of course, if you open up the puzzle book, you find ideas full of these queen sacrifices, but imagine we are in 1851. Back then, this was an amazing idea. So where is the queen sac? Guys, super easy. Nobody's yeah, Zachary. Zachary will be my guy today. Yes, queen f6. Oh la la, how would Arthur say? Yes, knight f6 and bishop e7. So this is where everything began. Let's say this was the first immortal game in chess, 1851. But now let's move 60 years later, not 60 moves later, 60 years later. And let's check our second game, which is again a super famous game. I hope everyone has seen this position. I'm gonna flip the board because we are black. This game was played by Marshall, I think in the beginning of the 20th century, somewhere around 1916, 17. I don't know exactly. And this move is also an amazing beauty, a brilliant idea. But we're going to start a couple of moves earlier. So it's black to move. There are many winning moves right now. Marshall went for rook h6. Another super easy idea would be just to take on f2. White cannot take back because queen a1 is a mate. And a couple of moves later, probably white has to resign. But what Marshall did was absolutely fine. He started with rook h6. And now white's main problem is that he cannot really leave this rook alone. So if, for example, white would go queen g4, then here we see an unprotected piece. Knight jumps to f3, queen takes the rook, and white can resign. So white at least tried to save the rook with queen g5. How do we continue? Simple tactics, pattern recognition. Where do we see something beauty? It's not the queen sacrifice, guys. It comes a move later. Don't sack the queen now. Prepare the idea. I mean, white's position is so vulnerable, let's say. And there are so many tricks, so many ideas, but I guess the easiest is just to take on rook h3. Not the only winning move, but the easiest one. Rook takes h3, and normally the game should be over. White should resign. If white takes back the rook, knight goes to f3, knight takes the queen. Thanks a lot. But white found a kind of resource, and he played rook c5. And here comes the immortal move, super famous one. Let's do a quiz, because the chat is not so active. I'm gonna do a quiz and then you have to respond. All right, so I'm not gonna give you guys a lot of time. Which line I give you? All right, I'm gonna just do the one move. I'm gonna do the one move quiz for 30 seconds. All right, so black to move. Aha, so actually everyone is listening, but nobody is doing the chat. You're too lazy to write down things, right? Just move the pieces. Fiona obviously missed it. God, Fiona, seriously? Jesus Christ. Yeah, so everyone else got their... No, Nick also missed it. Okay, so we have a lot of great ideas. Everyone went crazy. Knight f3, rook g3, queen e3. I think this was probably a mouse slip. But the move is... Oh, I have to go back to notation. But the move is queen to g3. Guys, make a selfie with this position. It's probably one of the most famous positions of all time. Queen g3. Fiona is doing that. Yeah, so if h-pawn takes, then knight e2 is the mate. If f-pawn takes, same idea, king h1, rook f1 is the mate. And if queen takes, then knight e2, king h1, knight g3. It's not a mate, but basically the game is over. Black can go rook, knight f1 or just knight e2 check. So queen g3, and this is how to finish a game in style. I really like this move. I mean, this is something amazing. All right, so these first two examples were the famous ones, and I guess most of you have seen those. But now I prepared some new material. I think this is gonna be a little bit more difficult. I'm gonna flip the board again because we are white. Again, an old game played by Rossolimo, a famous chess player. We have an opening named after him in the Sicilian. So Rossolimo is white, and Reisman, also a great player back then, is black. This is our starting position, and I want to ask you guys, how would you build up the attack in this position? It's not the critical moment, so don't go for the queen sack again. It's not the critical moment. We need some preparation to move to start the attack. So just use the chat. I'm not going to do a quiz, but there are at least 3 or 4 really good moves. And actually the one that happened in the game is not the most precise. So you can even go and find a better idea. So what would you do with white? White to move. First, let's just understand what is on the board, because it's a very complicated position, but it seems like white is in control. White has the initiative. So let's start and give some threats for black. Rook a3, good idea. This is actually what happened in the game. It's a very good move, but not the best. G3, also a candidate move that you have to calculate. There is one move that probably I would play. I think for me this is the most logical idea to play that move. But so far no one went for that. Yeah, rook a3 is a nice idea. When we build up the attack, we have this saying that always bring a new piece to the attack. This is how to create more threats and cause more problems for the opponent. So rook a3 is the move I like a lot. h4, I think it's a bit slow, but it's a good move as well. I think it's also in the top 5-6 moves. Rook c1 again, still okay, but let's move forward, guys. Knight g5 is the move that probably wins on the spot. Knight g5 and just knight f7 is a serious threat, and also there are some tricks on h7. But let's follow the game. Rossolimo played rook a3. Nice idea. Knight e6. The reason why rook a3 wasn't the best is the move c5. Very logical idea. The best defense is the attack to find some counter chances, and black could play c5, open up the diagonal, and at least create some problems for white. But he played very passive. Instead of that, he went for knight e6. Bishop takes d5, eliminating the defensive piece. C takes d5, knight f6, and king h8. And this is where we will stop for a second and do another quiz. So why to move? How to go for the brilliancy award. I'm going to give now 2 moves. All right. No, 3 moves, actually. You have to find a series of precise moves. And let's do 40 seconds, no, 45 seconds. I'm going to be nice. 45 seconds. Another chance for Fiona to... Are you following or are you doing something else? All right. So far, I see many red moves, which usually not a good news. Okay, I found some. Sebastian found the solution. Yes, again, there are more ways to win. So, but this is what I was talking in the beginning. There are many ways to win the game, but sometimes chess is basically art. Such a brilliant move, such a shocking move that you will remember forever. All right, so wow, we have like 7 different answers. Yes, I see that, Fiona, that again you went for something. So yes, maybe she was not listening. So the topic, the theme of today's lesson is the queen sacrifice. So please don't make knight sacrifices, rook sacrifices. So I'm gonna highlight now a piece. This is the queen on g4. This is what you have to sacrifice. So yes, rook h3 is winning. Even knight f7 is not a good move. Still okay, but not a winning move. Rook h3 is another winning move, and queen takes e6 is also a queen sacrifice. But if we can choose from queen e6 or queen g6, let's go for the more cuter one. Queen g6 is the move. Absolutely brilliant. So same idea like we have seen in the previous games. White just simply puts the queen on g6 and telling black, all right, you can take with whatever you want, you're gonna get mated. So super easy. If black takes with the h-pawn, then simply rook h3 mates. And if black takes with the f-pawn, then what do? We are going for the same idea. We sacrifice another knight, h takes g6, and rook h3. Beautiful idea. So in the game, black tried to save that mate with actually a very nice idea, queen c2. This is the only way not to get mated immediately, but it's just simply doesn't work. Rook h3, bringing the other piece, and here black resigned because if queen takes, knight takes, pawn takes, and rook h7. So another brilliant queen sacrifice, similar idea than in the Marshall game. All right, congrats for the ones who found it. And now let's see quite a recent game, I would say. In 1987, this is exactly the year I was born. So brilliant game from my birth year, 1987. White player is Vladimirov, who was, if I remember well, the second for Kasparov for the World Championship finals against Karpov. And so that was in 1986. So I guess he was probably at his peak in the late 80s. And the black player is also a strong grandmaster. I think he was also a top 10 player later on Epishin. And we are white. White's first move was rook g1. Let's stop for a second because, again, a complex position. Black is a piece up, but the king is extremely weak, and there are all kinds of threats. For example, bishop e6 looks like a serious threat with the idea of rook g8. Bishop d4, just bring the queen to the other side. So there are so many ideas black has to cope with that black thought the easiest way in this position is first let's trade the queens. So wait a second. I just said that we are going to look queen sacrifices. Our queen just disappeared. How we are going to sacrifice the queen? But here comes the quiz. I'm not going to tell you any more hints, guys. I'm going to make a quiz. Why to move? How would you go for a brilliant idea? I'm going to go for only this move. And I'm going to give you guys 1 minute. I already made a mistake because I showed you one idea, and now now it looks like everybody's going for that. I tricked you a little bit. It's not bishop e6. It's not bishop e6. We don't have time for bishop e6. We need a stronger move. We need a stronger move. Yes, Nico found it. Great. All right. Anastasia also, MZA Chess. Still 10 seconds to go. So this is where our queen sacrifice comes. We are not going to physically sacrifice our queen. We are going to leave that black queen there. We are not going to take back and find another idea. Okay, so time is up. The move is extremely beautiful, I think. Extremely beautiful. Bishop h6. White is not taking back this queen on b3. Absolutely brilliant. What is the idea? What is the threat? I mean, it's queen can go away. This bishop is hanging on h6. What on earth is going on with white? But if you look at more deeply, this position is already winning because black cannot save the mate. So the basic idea is rook h7. This is our threat right now. Rook h7 and mating 1. So black has to stop that. So if black takes the bishop on h6, where is the mate? Do we have time for bishop e6 now? Where is the mate? God, and I have 5 minutes. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. I prepared one more beautiful game. So we have to be quick. Next, rook g8, guys. Rook g8, no time. Mate in 2. If knight takes, pawn takes, queen. If king f7, rook g7. Unbelievable. Fiona is not appreciating the beauty. For beauty, you need time. You have to just enjoy, open up a bottle of wine, enjoy.
Don't shoot the messenger, Gabor.
Sorry, okay. Yes, bishop h6, and let's finish the game because this is not what happened. Black played knight g4. Smart idea, because now if white would take then rook h6, then black could escape on f6. But now the easiest way to mate is rook h7, knight h6, rook takes h8, king f7, and rook h7. Beautiful, beautiful mating net. Still looks like, where's the mate? I mean, it's not clear, but if king f6, then e5, king e5, rook e7, and unfortunately there is no mate, but simply white is just going to take back with the queen. And game over, and this is, I think black actually resigned earlier. So beautiful idea, bishop h6. Guys, download this game from the database, take a look at it. It's a brilliant game, and the end is absolutely beautiful. Question 2, Fiona. Do I have time for one more, or do we have to introduce Judit Polgar?
The boss has just arrived,
Oh,
so you
God,
can ask
boss.
her yourself.
Boss, you came too early,
Oh, yeah.
and we don't hear you.
With you.
Now we hear you.
Okay, so I'm happy to watch your last one.
You happy to watch the last one? All right, perfect.
I have 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. That's what I want to say.
Actually, Judith has seen this one already, but
it's beautiful.
But it's absolutely beautiful, and this is one reason. One reason I want to show you guys this one is it's from 2018. So this is how I want to prove that immortal moves are happening right now in our era. So it's not just the romantic style 19th century, 20th century games. So this is quite a recent game played by a very young and talented player, Paravian from Russia. And I'm going to make it quick because I know Judith is very busy. And you guys can also download this game from the database. Go through these games. It's just incredibly amazing. I'm going to go for the critical move just to show you guys the idea. So white is on move. We are white. And white started off with knight h7, a nice tactical idea. If black would take back the knight, then the rook jumps to h3 and the queen is hanging on a4. So black actually cannot take this knight. So he played a quite annoying move, bishop f5. And there are all kinds of tricks here. I'm not going to go into details. Knight f6 check, king g7. And this is where white thought that that's it. Last move, bishop h6, and black has to resign. King cannot take the bishop because the same idea, rook h3. But black took the knight. And here comes the immortal move. Absolutely amazing. And if you know Judith's games, then this move is quite kind for her, I guess. I'm not going to make a quiz because we don't have time, so just throw the ideas in the chat. Oh, everyone knows this game. Yes, g4, absolutely brilliant. g4, this is what happened, and this is the actual game, so it's not like only the analysis. This could happen, but it never happened. This is the game that happened in 2018. So g4, and just to show you guys the idea, if black would take the queen, then rook f3 check. The only move is going back, and the most amazing mate in chess is always the pawn mate, so g5. And there is a twist, because this would be already amazing, brilliant, but black had another defense, bishop f4. I know now it's really unclear. There are many interesting ideas, but you can find one more brilliant move. Another queen sacrifice is coming. Yes, Luciana. Luciana knows it. Queen to c7. Absolutely brilliant move. Not queen c4, not rook b6, but queen to c7, distracting the bishop from f4 and prepare the g5 mate again. And if black would take, then g5. Absolutely amazing. So white sacrificed the queen twice, and both leads to a pawn mate. Absolutely brilliant. Unfortunately, black didn't take the queen. He went for bishop h6, and after a couple of moves, he had to resign, and just an incredible finish. All right, guys, thank you very much for listening me, and thanks Fiona and Judith to give me the opportunity to give you this lesson. I hope everyone will find his or her immortal move in his chess career. So good luck for everyone, and see you later, and enjoy the festival.
Thank you so much, Gabor. Some really historical examples. I'll have to go back to look at my classics clearly.
Do your homework, Fiona, please.
I will. I'll be better prepared next time. Thank you so much, Gabor. This was truly really a nice masterclass to end the festivities. And now we will call up the boss. Judith is here with us, and I think it's the end of our online part. Let me give access to Judith and hear how things went over there in Budapest. Judith, welcome back.
Hi. Well, things were very good here. In the beginning, we didn't have crowded completely, but for the afternoon, it was really crowded with kids. There's so many signing and pictures and happenings on stage. And also there were a lot of playing for the kids with coding, chess and math, chess, PE, physical exercises, art and craft, and some other things. So it was, I also made my Simo. I drew 3. I had some really talented kids around playing there. So it's always nice to discover them.
And speaking of the kids, I have to say big shout out to all the kids that are still here. They were here for your lesson at 1 o'clock. Then they played the tournament and they are still here learning from legends like Gabor, like Arthur. Anna was great with her personal story about you. All our coaches, really, I think it was a fantastic program. Big thank you to Luciana, who was here. She woke up at 3 in the morning. And made sure everything went great. So really, it was super nice to be a part of this and to see all these happy faces.
Well, I'm absolutely happy to hear this because I didn't have much time to peek inside in the classroom. I was here for my masterclass, which I enjoyed, and I hope the kids did too. And well, it was something new for me, and as I'm very creative and this is my lifestyle, and I try to work with the best people. And I think I found you who made this show working, and the coaches, for them it was a very new platform as well. So if there were anything slowing down or whatever, that was the reason. But everybody was so optimistic, and they were happy to get on board with me. So thanks very much for all the coaches. Gabor is here, the others are not. So anyway, I think really the people, the coaches we had, they are exceptionally good coaches. They are usually leader, head coaches in their own country or internationally as well. So they have a lot of practice, how to coach and how to develop talents further. So I really hope that our audience and kids had a good time today in the classroom with the quiz questions, at the same time also on YouTube, because I think it could be something to learn from for others also. So thanks very much.
Yeah, and the coaches did some great job putting us all to work throughout the day. Some tricky questions. But yeah, I think we all learned a lot. The coaches were really top class. So shout out to all of them. It was a pleasure listening to them throughout the day. Thank you, of course, so much to everyone who watched us. Once again, big thank you to Morgan Stanley. We had Shaba earlier in the day. It was great hearing him talk about chess and business. So many different perspectives. Judith, I know you put in an incredible amount of work into this festival. So thank you so much for doing all that you do and for spreading your love of chess. And it's really great to see. It's been fantastic to be a part of this. Maybe a reminder, if you want to follow the Chess Festival, you can do so on social media. You can also send your feedback. What did you think? Did you enjoy it? What do you think could be done even better? What did you love? So on and so forth. And yeah, Judith, I will leave you the closing words.
Yeah, I just see some of the faces here, and it's like warming my heart to see the smiling girls and boys around here. It's so touching that over on the internet and online we are connected this way, and still you can express yourself this way. And I hope we will have a continuation of this. So keep up, and whoever is competing, I wish them good luck. And if you're just an amateur player not competing, just play with your friends, your parents, whoever you wish. And I think chess is something connects people. So go on with it and enjoy. Bye. I have to go to the stage now.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day in Budapest. Bye, Judith.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you. So kids, thank you so much. It's been so lovely to see you all, and not just the kids, everyone who's been watching. It's really been a fantastic day. It's been I've been so happy to see all your faces and see you all so active in the classroom. So I'm going to be signing off here today, but thank you so much to all the coaches, to Judith, of course, to everyone who took part, to Luciana, to the sponsors who make this possible. And I hope we will all see each other. I hope we will all see each other again very soon. And for now, that's it from me. If you have missed any of the classes today, maybe if you were playing in the tournament and you want to see there was a great class going on while you were playing, I think you will be able to watch everything on YouTube that we did today. So yeah, that really is it for me. I'm going to be signing off. Maybe Luciana can confirm with me that all I need to do, I think, is close my browser. But thank you so much for watching. It's really been a huge pleasure and honor being here with you. And I will see you all very soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay.